Hello and welcome to the library. It's so hot. I'm literally melting right now. Hi, I hope that you are doing fine in this very unbearable day. I don't know. I don't know why we are doing this. I don't know why we are suffering that much. I mean, I know why, but I don't think I will survive the summer, probably. Anyway, and maybe, I don't know, I was cooking just a bit earlier, and that might be also a problem. You know, it's already hot, you have boiling water. I mean, it was not boiling too much because I did some orzo, but I did that like in sort of like risotto way. So that was good. But yeah, like in the kitchen, it was hot. Outside, it is hot. I was kind of forced to put the fan on. And it was kind of sad because like the fan was oriented towards my cat just a bit earlier. But I think right now I need the fan while streaming. So I had to move the fan. And I think she's very sad because she doesn't have the air current on her. But there's only so much that we can do. So yeah, I had like a pretty busy weekend. Not like by force, to be honest, mostly by choice. I did a lot of things. I wrote, I did a lot of research, kind of preparing the script for the video. Although I'm in the weird position where I made like a post on Blue Sky. Do I want to like finish the script and do I want to record beforehand? Well, I mean, you know, in the near future, or do I want to wait until my model? And if like the model like was, I don't know, mid-August, I would happily wait, but like the estimate time of delivery for the model is mid-September, late September. And I don't know if I'm patient enough to wait until then to start recording. But at the same time, I have a lot of interesting ideas for editing with like the Live 2D model. So it is a complicated situation. There has been like a few interesting things like also happening in the last few days. I won't mention it. I don't think it's a good idea to mention it. So I will not mention it. But yeah, I spent like a lot of time with other people as well, you know, friends and stuff. So it was good, but like I'm really waiting for the end of this heat wave that has been, I don't know, it has been lasting for a week now, more than a week. And like the sad thing is that there is no end in sight. I can see that in the next like 10 days, we have like 3 days that are like above 30, 35. 3 days at 36 degrees. In the next like 10 days, it's not raining. It's so hot. So yeah, I mean, starting from now, the sun hours will start to get like, illumination will start to decrease slowly, but I don't think it's helping. It's not even like July yet, and we are just suffering from everything. Hi May, I hope that you are doing well. You're not streaming today. But yeah, I don't know. This is cooked, and I think we are the people being cooked in this situation. Anyway, today I don't have like a lot of yap, to be honest. I mean, I wrote about So cooked, yes. I wrote about like Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't think like if it really warrants like a conversation on it. I think we already talked about Baldur's Gate 3 like a lot. And my opinion hasn't really changed since, you know, the discussion we had maybe like 1 or 1 month and a half ago. Not a bad game, but I don't think it was that good. I mean, it really, at the end I had some PTSD from like Final Fantasy 16 where I had to force myself to not doom scroll on like Blue Sky or even like Twitter. Like I still have my Twitter account for, you know, professional reason, although I don't use it, like it's locked. But I felt like so bored at the end that during the dialogues and stuff that I wanted to go on Twitter so much. And yeah, my lawyers advise I stay quiet about weather stuff. I mean, you'll understand in like 5 years. You'll die with us. It's okay. But yeah, so it means that I am free from Baldur's Gate 3, so I can like start playing another game on, you know, my free time. And I have like several choices. I need to continue Clair Obscur at some point because I'm still like nearing the end of Act 1. But I also wanted to play some games like to learn some Japanese, to practice my Japanese. And I was really thinking about, well, not thinking, I'm planning to do it. I wanted to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but like the remake of the first one on the Switch. I think the remake was released in like 2020. I saw like very mixed opinions on the game. Be it like for the story and be it for the gameplay, because they made some changes that are slightly weird, I think. But I don't know, I still want to play it. I was also thinking of doing it on stream, but like I will be playing in Japanese, so I don't think it's very, you know, stream friendly. And if we start playing like Pokemon Dungeon Mister, we'll be on the game for like 30 hours or so, and I think we cannot escape that hell. It's raining sideways at the moment. I wish, give me like the rain. I hope it's raining, you know, sideways until France, until it reaches France. I've been thinking of the OG more. I mean, a lot of people, you know, if you talk to people that are like Mystery Dungeon fans, obviously like the best one is Explorators of Sky. Hello, Abyss. Yeah, we're talking about Pokemon. I hope that you're doing all right. It's very, very nice to see you here. If you ask people about like the best mystery dungeon, well, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it is Explorators of Sky. I haven't played the game in a long time, but it just like the story works. The interaction between the characters, it just works. It's what you want from like a Pokemon game. The twist is obviously like not that surprising unless you're a child, but this is also, you know, the type of game you're playing as a child. And it's just nice. It's just very nice. And then you have like mixed opinions on the original like rescue team. Not that it's bad. I really don't think it's bad, although I don't remember much. I had like good memories, but they improved so much in the second title that, yeah, there's no competition, I think. Although I do understand if people say, oh, my favorite one is, you know, Rescue Team Blue or Red, whatever. But yeah, so I wanted to play it like on the Switch because like you can check like the art style is nice. I really enjoy like the art style. The pixel art looks so cozy that the remake doesn't really interest me as much. To be fair, like it's one of the rare instances where I'm kind of interested in the remake because of this kind of like hand-drawn style art that I think fits very much the very dreamy vibes of Rescue Team. But I do agree that the pixel art, anyway, it's like GBA, SNES, and Nintendo DS spriting, it's going so hard. So I really do understand like why you would prefer like the pixel art of the original. Because most of the time I'm also like this. But yeah, anyway, that will be on my own. So we can talk about it when I'll start. Although I really don't know if it will be soon or not. I just miss playing like a Japanese game, to be honest. A game in Japanese, I mean. Just because it's a very, very good way to practice Japanese, I believe. GBA especially so good. Yeah, I do agree. Like, I think we talked about it when we were playing Marvelous, so Super Famicom. And this is the same thing, right? 16 bits or 16-bit style graphics, and it's just so good. It just looks so good. But yeah, I was, I don't know, I was doing also my gacha dailies a bit earlier, like this morning. And I like hearing some of the music from Genshin. I was like, okay, I need to go back like to the mines and add some tracks like to the stream BGM. Because I think like the stream playlist is long enough. I think it's 109 tracks, but I think we're hearing them like a lot also, and I kind of want to inject like some fresh tracks. So I heard like a few things from Liwei, and I was like, oh, I remember that, and this is not in the playlist, and I should like add them on stream. But it takes a little bit of time, and I don't have a lot of time right now. The best is Sky 100%. The remake of the 2020 art is great, but I found it a bit aggressive visually. I've not watched videos, to be honest. I know that like several members of Hololive were playing. I don't remember if like Okayu-san was playing it, but I mostly saw screenshots. So I'll trust you there. Gorgeous watercolor-inspired art style with the lightning made my eyes hurt on the long run. Okay. And how long is the game? Did they, because I'm kind of like foreseeing a 30 hours game, which I can understand it becomes like kind of tiring at some point. But yeah, I think like it was, at the very least, it was interesting that they went for this art style instead of, whatever standard art style they have for like the remakes of Pokemon game. 2030, yeah, okay. So what I thought. But yeah, they will do like probably a remake of, I don't remember the sales of Rescue Team on Switch, but they will probably make a remake of Skies, and we'll see, what they will be cooking. Also, by the way, I've been not playing, but like watching my best friend played Silent Hill 2 remake. It's cooked. It is cooked. I mean, if you enjoy maybe like Resident Evil 7 or 8, perhaps you can like the game. And if you have never played I don't know. We have been doing like, we stopped yesterday at the end of the hospital, and I was like, what was this? I redid the game, the original, like not too long ago, I think like 2 years ago, and I don't mind changes. I really do not mind changes. I'm not like, oh, it should be like the same thing as the original, but I think there's some foul things that, I can even get behind the combat system, why not? But the nurses that are like, kind of like shouting in despair when you hit them, it's like, what are we doing here? It's kind of like, not even slightly, it is out of the place, and I think it is really not helped by the dub, because I don't know, the English voice actors, I'm not sure they have played the game. I'm not sure they know what the game is about, because James is so mild. Such a mild, very polite character. And every time he has an outburst, it doesn't work. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Because like one of the thing, okay, maybe I shouldn't spoil Silent Hill 2 then, but like, I think they're trying to imitate the dub of the original, you know, kind of like weird English dub. It doesn't work. There are things that I really like, some choices that I really like. The fact, for example, that they are kind of like, you know, and we saw that in the initial trailers, they were going a bit harder on the sexualization of Maria. And I think it works. Like, if you know the original game, you know it works. Because that's the point of the game. But because James is so mild, you have like this dissonance where he doesn't really look, I don't know, it's slightly out of the place, not in a good way, I think. I don't like the puzzles. I really don't like the puzzles. I think they are padding the game a bit too much, because you need to reach like a 15-hour game. It's slightly too long, and the game, I think, is dragging on certain sections, like the apartments, too long, and it becomes almost comical, I think, because the puzzles are not like, they have changed the puzzles for a reason that I cannot understand, and they have changed that like for Resident Evil like puzzles instead of like Silent Hill puzzles. Because if you remember, Silent Hill's puzzles, they are basically very, very self-contained. Yes, you need like to get items to get other items. For example, like in the apartment, you will need, this is a very famous, you need like the can, well, the box of, you know, soda or whatever, to use it in the shoot, whatever. And this is fine, like, this is not a puzzle, this is just like progression, like environmental progression. I wouldn't have expected that much from the Layers of Fear team anyhow. I mean, to be fair, like I went into the game with like very, you know, adverse opinions. But when we started playing the game, I was trying to be like kind of like benevolent. I don't know. I need to do the OG, but PS2 stuff is cursing me at the moment. Oh, because you can't run the thing? But in the remake, so in the original, when you do the puzzles, mostly it's like, oh, you're entering a room and you do the puzzle. And I hope you're doing all right, like Siggy. I mean, normally you shouldn't like be, you know, use like electrical appliances when it's, you know, you have thunder. But at the same time, I think that nowadays, especially with modern buildings, you have like good, you know, lightning rods and stuff, and most of the building will take like the thunder for you. But I guess that if you're living in an old building, it's always good to not use electrical appliances. So self-contained puzzles in the original, and in the remake they have made a choice of like, oh no, we need to pad things, so you need like to go search for items, like for free items, before you can do the puzzle. And I feel like it's kind of, I do get why they did that, in a sense. They did that because they force you to explore the entirety of the manor, the locations, and then you get the item for the puzzle. And because you need all of the items, they're kind of like making a holistic, you know, search around the whole building. But I think that it comes as slightly weird when you're solving the puzzles. If you remember the original, puzzles in horror games are always a bit goofy, not Silent Hill, I think. I mean, they're goofy, but like in a weird way. They're in a very weird way. Because It's especially the case in Silent Hill 3, which is my favorite. But like, you have puzzle difficulties in Silent Hill. I think the names are different from the first one, but in Silent Hill 2, you have like easy, standard, hard, and extra when you redo the game. And those are not easy puzzles. It's not easy puzzles. I don't think you have like a lot of... No, yeah. I don't remember for the original Silent Hill 2 if you need to know, like, if you need external knowledge to solve the puzzles. Because at the very least on Silent Hill 3, one of the early puzzle on harder difficulty is basically like a puzzle about Shakespeare's tragedy. It's like you need to order like the books in order, the right order, and basically you have like a poem with like the description when, you know, one verse is like representing one book. And it's basically like description of very like, you know, abstract thing about like Shakespeare's tragedy. If you haven't read Hamlet, if you don't know like Othello, not like Wikipedia knowledge, if you haven't read it, you won't solve the puzzle. This is like the style of the puzzles in Silent Hill, not the normal puzzles. It's in hard difficulty or higher in extra. But you need like some knowledge of very, you know, niche literary stuff. If you don't know your Bible, you're kind of cooked in hard difficulty. If you do not know classic Western folk tales or, you know, children's song, you won't solve like the puzzles. And this is the style of Silent Hill puzzles in general. Very self-contained. If they're on the hard side, it's mostly a lot of poems that are kind of abstract and that are really pushing you to... It is, and it's goofy because it's really like, oh, peak English major content, right? Like you really need to parse the text. It's not that easy. I'm not saying, you know, it's perfect, but at the very least, it's their style and it's always what they went for. When you have like things you need to put in order, you will always have like poems and poetry to solve things. And they kind of went away with that in the remake. Or if they are doing, because we're playing on hard difficulty for puzzles with my best friend, if you are doing like poem puzzles, it's really badly written. You can really see that those people cannot write. Because every time you check like documents, there's like a clear gap, I think, between the original writings, like the notes that kind of come from the original games that are kind of well written, some of them, especially in the hospital, and you have like new notes that do not work at all. It's like you don't know how to write. I'm really sorry, but like it... There was like one interview about like the co-writer of like the early Metal Gear games, and she was talking about how Kojima is writing. And she said in an interview, Kojima can write like this in a game, and like a lot of like video game directors, writers can write like this in a video game because it's video game. It's so badly written that you wouldn't like stand one day in a TV show writing room. And TV shows are not like necessarily the best written things of all time, right? But like the bar is so low in gaming that, oh yeah, we can get away with like a lot of junk. And unfortunately, I think Silent Hill 2 remake is kind of suffering from bad writing, but mostly like, more importantly, I think the discrepancy between like what was written in the original and what was written for the remake. And I think it comes as very, again, goofy, but in a very, very weird way. So people love like Silent Hill 2. Like you know, people will always say, I am the hater. I just don't like what people like. I'm just being a contrarian. Maybe, I don't know. At this point, I don't know anymore. But I do understand why people like Silent Hill 2 Remake. I get that it's the new formula of horror game, that it's very, more Western horror, the same way Resident Evil has shifted to the Western audience, starting from Silent Hill, not Silent Hill, Resident Evil, like 5 and especially 6, and it's going further and further that way. And to be fair, like, people like it. Even Japanese people, they like it because it's what horror is nowadays on video games. Because I think like a lot of things has been changed by internet culture and streaming culture. Like, you are kind of making games that are nice also to watch as a viewer and not necessarily a player. So I get why it works. I think like it's kind of riding into the fact that it's Silent Hill 2. But if you change slightly the characters, you don't make references to Silent Hill 2, it's literally like a generic horror game nowadays. And it's not bad. It's not necessarily bad, but it would have like no added value compared like to the original. So my opinion on the game is mostly that it fails as a remake because it doesn't really add anything, and it also tries to replace, I think, the original. Without, I don't know what they are trying to do with this game. They will be remaking Silent Hill 1, and I'm like, why are you doing this? At the very, I was expecting like a remake of Silent Hill 3, and you use like certain sections of Silent Hill 1 as flashback, where you can even play like, I don't remember the name, Harry, I think the father. But like, they will remake Silent Hill 1, which will be like weird to remake, and then they will be doing a remake of Silent Hill 3, which is like, yeah, you're just here for the money at this point. It is uncomfortable level of goofy. I do agree. I mean, this is like, there's, horror in how like, weird and uncomfortable goofy it is, but I don't exactly know if it's what I wanted from the game. I don't know. And again, I'm not against changes. It's just those changes, I think it doesn't work. If everything is geared toward too many people, things are more bland. It's complicated. It's complicated because nowadays nobody wants to take risk anymore in this industry for, reasons that are kind of like obvious. You're spending a lot of money in those games and you want like to get some return into investment. But when you compare, I mean, you've played like Fatal Frame 2, right? You finished Fatal Frame 2. Do you think you could like do a game like Fatal Frame 2 nowadays? It wouldn't sell. It just wouldn't sell, I think. Because people will not buy it. It's not what appeals to like, the general public. And because of that, we'll never see like a sequel to the Fatal Frame series. And it's fine, to be fair. If you play like Fatal Frame 5, it's the perfect ending. Because it ends in a very good way. In Fatal Frame, all the canon endings are the bad endings. If you play the happy ending, a quote-unquote happy ending in Fatal Frame 1, 2, 3, 4, then it's like not, it's, alternate ending. This is not what happened. In Fatal Frame, people suffer a lot, and there's no escape from that. I think Fatal Frame 2 has such a crazy ending. I love the ending of Fatal Frame 2. Both endings, to be fair, like, I mean, the canon ending and the happy ending, quote unquote. But yeah, it's like a game about suffering and a game about like things happen and you are just, you are just born in like the wrong place and you will suffer from it. And this is that's it. It's just like that. But in Fatal Frame 5, they said no. The happy ending is the good ending. It's like the canon ending. Because we're breaking the cycle through solidarity, through women getting their agency back, which is like very interesting in a horror setting when you know a lot of, if you know Japanese culture and Japanese horror stories, you know that women become like ghosts and evil spirits because they have been wronged in their, life. And this is how they recapture agency. It's by haunting people. But Fatal Frames 5 is saying that no, you will live and you will be happy while living. It ends in a very beautiful way. And because it's like, it's so positive, I don't think we need a sequel to that, because we have told like everything we can tell with like Fatal Frame. And this is also very funny because like the producer, the director of like Fatal Frame is like, oh, lately I'm dreaming, like for the past 10 years, I've been dreaming like very well. I don't have nightmares, so I don't have like any material to make like a Fatal Frame game. So you won't have anything until, my life is going like sideways and I'm making like nightmares every day, which is very interesting, I think. So I don't think we'll have a Fatal Frame 6, and this is probably for the best. When universality replaces identity, games lose what makes them memorable. But on the game market, are you gonna risk it for the biscuit? I think yes. I do agree. For, AAA, AA games, people will not take risk anymore. And that's why, gaming industry, it's cooked. It's literally cooked. I think we are so close to like the collapse of the industry. And you can see that on every game that is like releasing. It's like you have like some people that are kind of like surviving this without being like, bothered too much by it because they have such a dominant position in the industry. Here you need to understand that I'm talking about Nintendo. But the rest, yeah, it doesn't work. Yes, obviously, like when GTA 6 will release, it will sell in such a disgusting amount of a disgusting quantity, and it's fine. I'm very interested in GTA 6 because if you have seen the trailers, very interesting. In Trump's America, making a game like this is kind of risky, and I respect it. So yeah, very dominant players do not care about like the collapse of the industry. But for most people, this is like, yeah, I mean, remember when a few years ago we had like, again, some rumors about like Microsoft wanting to buy Nintendo. What are we doing here? Who do you think you are? Nobody has like an Xbox in their living room. What do you mean like buying Nintendo? I mean, isn't now 4 good games among 3,000 and back then it was like 4? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think you only had like 4, or that you had like more good games back then. Like you had a lot of junk back then. It's like if you try like to check, for example, I love the GBA in general. It's not everything is good on the GBA. It's like really, really bad. You have like a lot of really, really bad things. Even like on consoles that we consider, very strong in general. I love the SNES. It's probably my favorite console. You have a lot of junk. A lot of junk that has not been also translated. PS2, it's the same thing. You had like so many bad games. The Switch, it's the same thing. It's like for every console, I think you have like a lot of bad games. I think is that now that you're living in the condition of release on the modern console and Switch and whatever, yes, you see a lot of junk. But because we did not live through, the early stages of certain consoles. I mean, I guess, I gather that most people here did not go through, for example, the entire lifetime of the Nintendo 64 or the SNES. And if you were there back then, or you had a lot of good things, but you had a lot of bad things, it's just that because we are playing those games in retrospect, you're kind of playing through, I think, the canon of good games, which is oh, I'm just playing games that are critically acclaimed, and I see that the lineup is really good for this console, when it's really not. It just has been filtered by time. There's so much junk in the past as well. I've been going on those completed game lists and just browsing. It's a mix of things. We just remember more of the good ones. Yes, and to be fair, there are so many games to play that why would you play bad games? Unless you are kind of very into video game history and you want to understand where games are coming from. We're yapping too much, by the way. I was planning to play Trials of Innocence, but I don't know, we won't make a lot of progress in the game. I don't think we'll reach the trial, but whatever. Let's yap. And so this is kind of my take on this, and I kind of apply it to myself. And you do whatever you want. You don't have to play bad games, I think. If you're not working on video games, if you are not studying video games, if you're not doing research on video games, you don't have to play bad video games or bad films or whatever. You don't have to watch them if your goal is just to have fun, I think. I do play a lot of things, a bit less nowadays because I'm streaming and it's taking a bit too much of my time. But I used to play a lot of games for research. It's oh, I need to understand where it's coming from. And obviously one of the first game in a genre maybe wasn't very, very good, but you can see that it's kind of foundational, and people were inspired by that. And this is one good reason to play bad games. But don't force yourself, I think. You have so many good games. I think the average canon is good right now. Okay, you play through, I don't know, Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, all those games, you will have a good time on the SNES. You have so many good things to play, and this is probably enough. Then you can have a lot of hidden pearls that never reached Western consciousness because most of the time they were untranslated. But those, you will discover them slowly through translation, fan translation that are coming, every year. And it's very good. For example, we had the translation of Baroque. We have the translation of Sakura Taisen 2. We have so many good games that are finally reaching the West. And probably in a few years, it will be the same thing with Chinese games. You will see a lot of very good Chinese games. And those are really good games. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I found a game called D, for example. Yeah, D is a cult classic. Is it good? No. D is not good. It's really not good. But it's very, very interesting. And I have some sort of fondness for it. Because it's kind of this old school point and click, Japanese point and click genre that people do not really know about it. When you think about point and clicks, people will mostly think about the golden age of Western point and clicks. Secret of the Monkey Island, Grim Fandango, all these Sierra LucasArts games, and maybe the revival that we see, in the past, I don't know, 15 years. Telltales, I mean, yeah, I was not thinking about it because I never enjoyed them. But yeah, people will think about that, and internet was not tuned a lot to Japanese adventure games because they were very hard to play, in the sense that you had to know Japanese to play them. like one of the foundational game for like the detective genre in Japan is Portopia Renzaku Satsujin Shiken. And Portopia is a very, 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 very important games. The sequel, Hokkaido Rensaku Satsujin Shiken, very, very also interesting. Although I need to play like the remake that they did. That seems very interesting because they added like something like 30. It's like, oh, you have the scenario also 37 years later, which is very funny because I'm almost like, I don't even know that if it's like a Kindaishi Shonen no Chikenbo, I mean Kindaishi Sanjinana Nen reference or not, but whatever. And those games were not translated for a long time until, you know, some fans did like some translation, but you need to download the patch and whatever to play them. And you have like so many of those adventures games, point and click games that are not translated. And that's why like the West was really unaware about those. And in the past, I think 7 years, it has made like a very interesting comeback. We have seen some localizations and we have seen a lot of people be like, oh no, those games have inspired me, you know? When I played Hotel Dusk on the DS, when I played like another code, and then I kind of went into, you know, the rabbit hole and I discovered some new things. And now I'm making a game that is similar to this ADV style thingy. Exactly, like nowadays, even like playing Japanese computer, it's not trivial, I think. This is not the easiest emulator to set up. You know, which is the same thing for DOS. Like it's slightly more, you know, demanding than trying to set up just, you know, a SNES emulator or whatever. But people are discovering this game like slowly. I think there has been like a big push for games like you know, the Silver Case, all the old Suda games, and this is very good. And because of that, like there's a new generation of people that are inspired by this. So probably the definition of like point and click will change a lot in the next like 5 years because we'll see like other influences. But yeah, I did that for my Steam Deck and it took me a whole day literally. It's not that easy. And then you have to play the games because it's like, oh, you know, some games were also kind of like translated in English, but you have a lot of games, very interesting games that are not. And it's like, well, do you know Japanese or not? If you do not, you just cannot play it. Or you can play it with like the OCR, you know, softwares that we have now, but like you need to open like a dictionary every 2 minutes. If you don't know Japanese grammar, it's kind of cooked. You can try to go for like some, you know, automatic translation, machine translation. I did that for some time for like Chinese games. I would use a software that would like translate like automatically. You have like a key bind. You press the key bind, it's taking like a screen cap of the game, and it's literally translating the text and layering the translation onto the game. So that's like a, you know, a good way of like at least exploring games in languages that you don't know, but it's not that easy. It's very slow. You go like very, yeah, 1 hour becomes like 5 hours when you save translate. I mean, when my Japanese level was a bit slow, a bit weaker, it would take so much time. It would take so much time to pass through things. Especially at some point I was playing through some, you know, old Game Boy and NES, SNES games. And you know that in Japanese you have like different alphabets, right? Well, syllabaries, you have like the syllabary, literally, the kana. So every syllable is like a character. Or you have kind of like Chinese style, Mandarin style, you have like the kanji ideograms. And the problem is that on old consoles, they were not able to showcase kanji. because it takes obviously like a lot of space on the cartridge. So everything would be written in kana. And contrary to what people think, it is harder to read a text that is entirely written in kana, because it's really a test of your vocabulary. If you have everything written in kanji, you can find the kanji, you can like find the definition, the translation, it's easy. If you just know how it's pronounced, then you will struggle. And it's the same thing as when people try to read like children's story in Japanese when they are beginners. And it's like you will struggle because you do not understand that even like a very small child, like a Japanese child, will have such a better understanding of like grammar compared to you, and of vocabulary anyway, because like they keep hearing up words every day again and again and again and again, and so they know what it means. So they cannot write the kanji. Maybe they don't know how to read the kanji, but they can read the pronunciation, and they will know what the text is talking about. And I have like the edition of Kiki, which is, like obviously you have the Ghibli film, but you have like a whole series of books about them. And reading Kiki is not that easy because you have very few kanji, and most of it is written in kana. And if you don't know like a lot of vocabulary and you are not like very fluent with your vocabulary, you will struggle. And that's why like the Switch is probably the best console to play games in Japanese, to learn Japanese, because everything will have like kanji, and you will have furigana. Furigana being, I don't know why these my BGM playlist just stopped. And you have furigana. Furigana, this is like the small characters that are above or on the side of like kanji, and it's giving you the pronunciation. So it makes it easy for you to know how it's pronounced and to check like on like a dictionary the exact kanji. Because if you don't have like the pronunciation, searching for kanji is annoying, because you have literally to like write the kanji yourself and try to find it, and it takes like such a long time. And all of that to say that at some point, like my Japanese was still, a bit weak, and yeah, everything would take like so long, translating myself, like trying to understand. But I think like in the past few months, it has like drastically risen. And most of the time I don't need a dictionary anymore, so I'm kind of like happy where I am. And I don't know, I still need, a little bit of work, but it turns out that when you're practicing a language, you're getting better at it and you can feel it. And I think this is one of the... Sorry, I'm away from the mic. This is one of the nice that happened lately. Like the satisfaction and adrenaline of really feeling the progress and the results of your efforts. I think every time you get into a skill, there's this thing where you need to get into the routine and you need to fight against yourself, being like, oh, I'm bad at it. It just doesn't work. And I need to keep going. And this phase can last like very, very long. For language learning, I think it can last, years, maybe like 2-3 years. And then you hit the point where it just clicks. Everything just clicks because you're doing a lot of immersion, a lot of grammar, and you can feel that you're getting there. And I'm at this point right now, and it's very, very pleasant. I think it's one of the best feelings that I have lately. Just being like, oh, I can open something in Japanese and nothing is hard to read, really. So yeah, learning skills, this is not easy. I don't know anything about all this talk about old game systems, so I'm just listening. I mean, we are just yapping about things, you know. Yeah, sometimes you're in the I hate everything phase, but then you get to the point where I'm so good who are roller coaster really. I think so. And then you know that because you're already in your routine, it's just a matter of like enjoying the ride. Like you don't have to make any, you know, extraneous effort or like difficult effort. You just like go for it. And you continue doing what you were doing like for, you know, months, years, and that's just very enjoyable. So yeah, I'm very happy. I have still a lot to learn about Japanese, obviously, like learning a language, it never ends, but I'm really happy. And because I'm such like a weird person and kind of like a masochist, I'm like, oh, if Japanese is getting easy, this is time to inject some Chinese. This is time to learn Mandarin right now and go back into the suffering minds. But maybe I should, you know, be nice with myself for a while and be like, no, wait like 1 or 2 years and then you can go to Mandarin and suffer, you know, 3 years straight again. Though sometimes it feels good to pass through the difficult phase. I mean, I do agree. I think nowadays, like people kind of like forget that if you want to get good at something, you need to suffer. You really need to suffer. If you're not suffering, you're not learning. And we talked about that a lot on this stream, I think. Learning can be fun. It won't always be fun. And you have to push through the pain. I think we talked a lot about like Duolingo and how, you know, oh, it's teaching you a few things. And it's like, it's teaching you a few things, but because it's so painless, you're basically making like no progress, or like progress that is so slow that, I don't know, you can do like the same. I mean, I've seen people being like on Japanese Duolingo for 3 years, and the result is basically what you learn. If you're like a little bit serious in Japanese, you do that like in like 2 months. And you can argue that, oh yeah, but you know, I don't want to go too fast. I'm busy. I have like a job. It's very tiring, and I don't have like the time to do more than just Duolingo every day, which is fine, to be honest. If you're happy with yourself with Duolingo, and it's just making you, you know, have some sort of like, you know, a small dose of like dopamine every day, good for you. But you can't do Duolingo if you're really serious about like learning a language, I think. And it's kind of like the same with a lot of, you know, skills in general. If you're really serious about something, yeah, it has to be painful. You have like a lot of different ways to do it. If you're like a textbooks person, you have like textbooks. Like I'm getting back into music theory a little bit, and I'm working best with like a textbook. So I'm just, you know, doing exercise, very classical musical theory for now. But yeah, it is painful. It is doing a lot of exercises every day. But I do agree that school is bad. You know, the way we're teaching like children today, it's bad because we don't cater to their individual needs. That's the problem of school. School is good if you're like very, you know, if you have a natural easiness, well, you can learn things easily, and if you fit into the kind of like prescribed way of thinking that is taught in school. If you do not fit the mold, yeah, school will be like a pain. And I do really, you know, empathize with all the people that hated school. They were like, oh, you know, I was like kind of like a good kid. I was like a gifted kid, and I at the end I was just struggling because like school didn't fit the way I'm learning. And I'm like, it sucks. It sucks because like we failed you basically. Like school failed you, and this is sad. But I think the flip side of that is that a lot of people, because of this discourse, are kind of pushing it too far to the point that, oh, school has to be like very, you know, enjoyable for me to. I learn only if I have fun. And it's like, not really. It can, but it's not a necessity. And you have like an entire, not all people, this is not too generalized for now, but again, with AI, I'm not so sure. You have a lot of people that are like, yeah, I don't want to suffer. I don't want to, have to not, if I don't understand something, this is like not enjoyable, and I don't want to do it. The only person that is losing something here is you, the person that is learning. If things are cryptic, if you have to spend some time thinking and trying to like wrap your mind around something, it's good, because it means that you're learning. And then you just need to find like the method to be able to understand like what is troubling right now. And then you have made like your learning process, and this is very good. But if it's like, oh, this is painful, and I just don't want to find like any way of like solving like this painfulness, I don't want to go through it, you won't learn. And I don't know how much this is, a hot take nowadays. Like, I feel comfortable saying that on my stream. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that on social media, probably. And even like in certain groups of friends, I wouldn't say that. I think. I don't know. But yeah, skills. It takes time. And again, if you don't have the time, if you don't have the natural conditions for it, it's all right. Life is hard for everyone. If you're, working like a 8-9 hour job, you come back to your place, you're just so tired, obviously, like you cannot learn. You don't have the conditions to be able to learn in an efficient manner, because surviving is already, hard. But like, for the idle people, yeah, push yourself a little bit, because it's nice. It makes you a better person. Things have to be uncomfortable for you to grow. Probably. Something like that. Okay, we have been yapping for 1 hour. I think this is time to maybe transition to the game screen, because I'm running out of yap, unless you come with another topic. But today we are playing Trials of Innocence. School is forcing me to learn a language I don't want to learn. I mean, this is cooked. If you don't want to learn a language, yeah. I mean, at the very least, you should like learn English, I think, because I don't think you have much of a choice nowadays in this society. Although, like, you can argue that like language learning in school, it's kind of cooked as well. But what is the language that you don't want to learn then? I'll answer to that, and then we'll. I mean, we can start also. I can start explaining. So, Trials of Innocence. This is a Chinese ace attorney-like game, courtroom-based game. Swedish. I want to learn German. Oh, I understand then. I do understand. Maybe it isn't trying to have fun, trying to find a meaning, and the thing you don't like. Wait, maybe it isn't to have fun, trying to find a meaning in the things you don't like is really a useful skill in life? I don't exactly understand what you meant, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I think the end of the sentence was a bit weird and I don't exactly know what your point is. Do you say that you need to find like a meaning, or do you say that you don't have to find a meaning in the things that you don't like? No, okay. The goal is not to have fun with things that you don't like, but like more to find meaning in them, right? I don't know. But yeah, so Chinese courtroom game. We have been doing the first chapter on stream, the first trial. So this is chapter 2. We'll start chapter 2. So we played like this girl in the first chapter, And we are playing, I think, Charlie, the detective, the veteran attorney in the second game, second chapter. This is, know that the translation is kind of cooked. This is a Chinese game that went through some amount of machine translation, I think. And it has been slightly corrected, but you will find a lot of junk. So don't be afraid by like the English. This is like the state of like Chinese games nowadays. They are getting like translated into English, not necessarily for the West, but mostly for, you know, Southeast Asian countries. But the translation is still shaky. It's kind of like in the situation where Japanese games were, you know, 20, 25 years ago, very junky, but I mean, we love weird games. Weird translation shouldn't like bother us too much. Danish could be useful because it is in top 5 living locations in Europe for me at the moment. Top 5 living locations in Europe. What would be your top 5 living locations if it's not too indiscreet? You don't have to answer if you feel like it's giving too much information. And this is like an open question. If other people want to answer, I'm also interested in the and this is kind of like an informal survey with like 3 people. Okay, so let's start. Well play. I don't know if we can reach the first trial. We'll just see. Also, let me do something. My take is that Scandinavian countries, or maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Because I will make a lot of enemies. But from what I've heard, Scandinavian countries are very good if you're not a people of color. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. That's all. Next, the office is in your hand, Luna. Wait, Chief. Is it really okay? Fair point, actually. +2. I got my +2. Take it easy. Practice makes perfect. You are not a rookie lawyer anymore. Or at least I guess. Hot take, fair take. Oh my god, I was farming +2s here. Thank you for your guess. It's so encouraging, probably. By the way, you haven't submitted the summary report for the last case yet, have you? I'll go write it right now. Well, still as sloppy as before. This opening might seem a bit confusing, so let me explain this properly. As you can see, this office is exactly where I manage Drake and Thomas & Co. While the head of a law firm is often called director, people here are used to calling me chief. Of course, there are more lawyers beside us too, but most are our partners. Very funny, because that's not something that you really see in Ace Attorney in general, like the partners. I was seeing a lot of like Suits clips on YouTube for some reason, speaking of like partners. Most of the business is not in my charge. I seldom show up unless a big case occurs. Perhaps this is because of the heat. There is a significant drop in clients lately, but this is a perfect chance to train the rookies. By the way, not long after helping Luna complete the first case in her career, our office received another commission. Based on the address, it seems that the incident occurred in a remote little village. For a case in such a distant area, Luna alone can handle it if we must take it. After all, she is passionate and energetic, so you're just like... Charlie is just like having a good time. Doesn't want to work. Oh no, okay. But I decided to go in person because the defendant in this case happens to be the son of my father's longtime friend. This kind of case is not exciting, perhaps another easy win. You know your Ace Attorney games, your courtroom games, it will probably not be an easy win. Luna, come here for a moment. Yes, she's so cute. I really like her design. What needs to be told is told. what are you weird translation? Anyway, let's take care of our office. Take care of our office while I'm away. I'll arrange some extra meal allowance as your reward. Okay, so she is staying here while he's leaving for like the village. He's taking up the investigation by himself, I see. And Scandinavian countries are maybe a bit harder for immigrants. Natives have it easy. I mean, this is like the flip side, I think, of Scandinavian countries. I don't want to go too deep into that topic because, first of all, I don't know a lot about Scandinavian countries. I've read a few articles about like systemic racism there. But yeah, I've heard things where it's like not everything is perfect, and it's just that Scandinavian countries in some ways have managed to shape a very clean image of who they are, I think. I think if you speak English, you're good, to be fair. I would say like in Scandinavian countries, people speak better English than English speakers. The social system, the social backup is really in favor of natives. But this is because like, we are getting too much into politics right now. I shouldn't talk about that. I'll let you like talk about it in the chat if you want. I won't like comment too much on it because I think it's like enabling. I would enable like discussions that, or maybe like, I'm not sure I want to have them on stream. No, you don't have to stop. I'll just tell you to stop if I feel like it's going too far. But I mean I do agree with you. So don't worry. If I think it's going too far, I'll gently tell you to stop. But I think it's a difficult situation where. Okay, what I'll say is that Scandinavian countries really believe in like the social democracy. And in some ways like Germany does too. But we are at a point in the world where, and in Europe, where it's not working. Social democracy is not working in Europe because it's not a wall to like the rise of the far right. And we're in a situation where if like Scandinavian countries are not really being like more radical, if like there's not a real like wall against like the far right, Scandinavian countries will be like cooked. And I think we saw that. Was it in Finland? I don't remember. I can't remember. Oh, my European politics. In what country did like the far right made like big strides in the not previous but like previous elections? Was it like, no, it was Sweden, I think. No, I can't remember. But all of them, I mean all of them because Europe, but I think like, did they like manage to snatch like a good, was it in Sweden that they entered like the coalition? I don't remember. I think like Scandinavian countries are at the point where it's not too bad nowadays, but they need to be very careful because like, if like progressive, it's probably Sweden. If progressive like forces are not taking actions right now, like Scandinavian countries will be in the same situation as, you know, France and Germany and the UK in like 3 years. So, and this is kind of like a side of, oh, so it was also Finland. It was also Finland then. Okay. So basically what you said, like all of them. I mean, this is a situation that is kind of like, you know, it is worrying to some extent. Because right now in Europe, it's like, where do you have like left-wing forces? Pretty unclear. When you check like the composition of the European like parliament, very unclear, I think. What did I just hear? You're coming at a very good time, Ellie, I think. Hi, I hope that you're doing good. But like maybe you can argue that, you know, Spain is slightly progressive, because like you have the left in power, but it's so unclear if they will retain their spot in the next elections. And everywhere else it's just cooked. Crucial parliament is support to the central right minority, but they do not hold any cabinet. Yeah, that's what I saw. But I think that there has been like some elections, or maybe I'm cooked. There has been some elections, and they were like kind of performing poorly. Or was it in Finland that? No, maybe it's in Finland that in the last elections they performed poorly. I don't remember. To be fair, I only saw like a few articles. I checked a few articles about like Nordic politics, but I'm so, you know, I'm much more into like, let's say, France, US, UK, Germany to some extent, and like East Asian politics right now. So coalition majority politics, what a blessing. I mean, you say that, but like we don't have coalitions in France, and it's like, anyway. She's so cute. She is so cute. Can I like talk to you? Actually, there's something I've been curious about. I can't help but feel our office name is a bit weird. Why is there a Thomas? A long story. The former chief's name, and combine it with my Drake. Thomas and Drake Cohen. After my former chief passed away, I took over and the name got reversed. So if one day you step down, I'll become the chief. And our office would be called Ray and Drake and Thomas +2. I will just move around Europe using my right to roam and find the best location to settle down properly. To be fair, +2. G8 specialist, +2. Focus on the game, not on the cursed European politics systems. I mean, I can like focus on the game and then like I come back, you know, with some spicy takes every 10 minutes or so. New commission. This new commission seems to be a murder case again, a murder case. The client is a college student accused of killing a foreigner Chinese game where a college student killed a foreigner. What can go wrong? Maybe it will talk a little bit about politics, who knows? Backpackers, I'm not sure, I'll have to investigate the specific details on site. It's the base gay adjacent game, it is. No problem, whatever the case, murder, divorce, dividing assets, or child custody battles, I can handle all of them. We should have like child custody cases in the next Ace Attorney probably. I'll make sure all clients leave with tears. What is she talking about? The opponents leave with tears. Hi, you watched the VOD for the previous stream. You love this game. To be fair, I saw this game. First of all, I hope that you're doing all right. It's very nice to have you here. To be fair, so this game was on my list of games to play in quite some time. I think when we first saw like there would be like a translation or something. And it's because I saw one of your posts on Blue Sky that I was like, oh, I should really like play it on stream. So thank you for like pushing me to play this game. I'm really having a good time with the game. I hope like, I think the first case was like an interesting case like for like a tutorial case. And I really hope, and that's why what people are saying that like, the rest of the game is even better than that, so yeah. It's such a cute game, it is. Lemon Village. To be fair, I would have enjoyed if the game was not doing like a full localization of like the names, you know, character names and locations, but I do understand. Yeah, I follow you. I follow you on Blue Sky, so I think you were talking like, I don't remember, it has been quite some time, right? But you have been talking about the game And at some point you were like, oh, more people need to play like Trials of Innocence. And I was like, I know. The village is in the valley. I have to take the train and then take a bus. Very interesting. Will it be like a sort of like, kind of like what you see in like Metante Conan, with like a sort of like closed village situation, murder case, or what you can see in like Kindai Shishonen no Chikembo? Who knows? Sounds like you're 60 years old, but if it wasn't for the office, I would like to go with you. The village is quite famous. You never go out, so you don't know what happens outside. Interesting. What kind of village is it? Tell me about it. I don't know if you figured it out, but the VA settings only affect like short clips, like objections and so on. Oh, if you play with English, they're still dubbing. You still have the Chinese dub for the dialogues when it's dubbed. Because we're playing with like Chinese voices, because this is the way I play my Chinese games. I don't mind. I kind of want to hear the objection. I don't think we'll see that today, because I don't know if like the first trial is in a long time or not, and we're not streaming, you know, for like 8 hours. So for dialogue, it's only in Chinese. Okay, so we can put in English then. Okay, thank you for the notice. I searched online and a dozen of messages related popped up. It's not a top tourist attraction, so having this many is actually quite impressive. I saw several seasoned backpackers mentioning the village, describing the scenery here as otherworldly. I remember the village is situated in Nightfall Valley, with Evernight River winding through it, around it. It's very interesting also how modern this game feels in terms of setting, I think. Like, the Ace Attorney games, I think it really felt like 80s, 90s for like the original trilogy, and then it was veering immediately into like soft sci-fi. But this game is more grounded, and I really like the fact that it is talking about what, to some extent, Chinese urban society is today, with this, idea of going outside of the city. I think we talked about that a lot when it came to Japan, but we have the same thing with the Chinese middle class. And this quest of like finding happiness and things to do like beside, office jobs nowadays in China. Dragon Quest on Wednesday. It's always Dragon Quest on Wednesday, you know that it will be the case for quite a while. The hidden Instagram photo location spot. Until it's not hidden anymore. There seems to be full of natural landscapes that distinguish from those urbanized and bustling tourist spots. It's literally what we're talking about right here. I mean, we'll talk about this idea of like going out of the city in China and Japan, and at some point maybe a leaf of their book streams. We can do some research about that. With urbanization moving so quickly, this is literally a game made for me. I can't. Those backpackers say the village has some mysterious rules, but it is not clear what they are exactly. It wouldn't be something like men must shave their stubble and dance in grass skirts, right? This is the same. Rather than having me shave my stubble, I prefer to dance in a grass skirt. Anyway, I got a general idea about the village. If you find more information, text me. But it will be like surely a case about this friction between superstition or tradition and like modernity, right? Yeah, they are trying to translate the jokes. It's not easy. Even like people don't understand how good like is the localization of Ace Attorney, because most of the jokes are landing in English, and this is non-trivial. Okay, cute. Let's go to the village. The crime took place in a remote village. I didn't expect that such a paradise cannot escape from being polluted by the worldly grudges and killings. It is because it's such a paradise that there will be grudges. To be fair, I don't know too much about like Chinese detective fiction. I'm very much in tune with like Japanese detective fiction. But Chinese, like, I don't exactly know what they are doing right now, what is really selling. Do you prefer translation that replace the joke with a similar English version, or one that really try and translate it? As someone that is also doing translation, I am for localization. Change things if needed, so that it sounds natural. You can get like if you have like a very good idea to like translate the joke kind of directly, you can go for it. If not, go for like another joke that has the same, intent, comical intent. But it's the same thing with translation. I don't like direct translation because it doesn't sound natural. You should always like remember that people do not talk the same way in different languages. Japan is very lenient with repetition. Japanese is very lenient with repetition, with also very a roundabout way of speaking that doesn't work in English or in French for that matter. So if you're translating, you should like edit your translation. People do not understand enough that translating is also being like a very good writer, because you have to rewrite things. There's this big thing we say, traduire et trahir. Like translating is a treason, and it's like because you will never reach a situation where it will be like a purely literal translation. You will have to make some choices, and it just make like the best choices possible, or the one that makes the most sense to you, while keeping, holistic coherence with everything. Also curious about the use of translation notes that were super common in all the subs Kikaku means plan. It was a parody of the One Piece fansub. Yes. I think translation notes you can use them to some extent. I don't know if people here know about QED, which is like a very interesting detective manga focused on like science. Not always, but it's a bit more scientific than Metante Conan, for example. You will have like cases that are, based on math problems. And translation notes there, it's less translation notes than like kind of like trivia explanations that you put at the end of the chapter of your translation. But a good official professional translation should not have any notes. You should be able to literally convey everything in the text. If you have to explain like a concept, like a Japanese concept about, I don't know, a Buddhist ritual, that should be done like in the dialogue in some way, in some very, very, subtle way. And I think like there was at some point like a translation battle contest, whatever, that was hosted by like my name Animalist. We're yapping. It's incredible. We're not playing. We're yapping. And this translation contest had like a manga that is talking about the geisha world. I'm not sure I'm watching a stream on Academic Ambush. It's the same thing. Literally, like, it's the same thing. And it's not even like a research stream. If you come for a research stream, yeah, it's pure academic yapping. But so geisha world, and you have like a lot of things that people might not know because it's so foreign, but you should not use translation notes. You should be able to convey every information in the dialogue. And that's what makes you a very good translator. And there are some edge cases where you don't have to translate. I think, for example, currency. Don't translate the currency because why would you? Like, it stays in yen. I think it's okay. And the other thing is like probably honorifics, like the kun, san, sama. If you have a good reason to do so, a good reason would be Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney, official translation. Whether or not translating those things, I think it's like Natsume Soseki-san and so on, because when they use like the honorifics, it's their way to kind of like remind you that at this point they are speaking in Japanese. Like the text is in English for you to understand, but they are actually speaking in Japanese, or they are performing their Japanese identity because the game is taking place in England. And you have like this whole discourse about like, oh, like the Great Ace Attorney is a game about like, it's a game about race to some extent and imperialism. And being able to perform your identity, it kind of reminds you that, you know, you're with people that share your culture, you're with friends here. And I think this is like those edge cases where like not translating is also like a translation choice and makes sense in the great scheme of things. And if you want to know more about this, there's like a post on the was it the Capcom? I think it's the Capcom blog about, and I can't remember her name, so I'm very sorry, the translator of the Great Ace Attorney, where she kind of explains her thought process, and she's taking the example of like the moon is beautiful tonight, and how to translate it in English. And it's very interesting. You have like also like in-game a very interesting like conversation between Natsume Soseki and Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes, about like this expression of like the moon is beautiful tonight, and what it really means and what it means to translate like this thing in game, literally in the game, and that is very good. That is a very good translation. So yeah, a professional translation should not exist. Just be fluent in every language. I mean, +2, but also like I do enjoy reading translations because I think it also like you kind of, if you know both the languages, you can like judge the translation, and there's something interesting in like another text appearing from the original. Does the set of all good manga contain the set of manga without translation notes? Wait, does the set of all good manga contain the set of manga without translation notes? No, because you have just like bad translations that are without notes. Miyabi is my favorite teacher in school. I wish I don't know, I feel like students dodge a bullet with me not being a teacher, to be fair. You are correct. You're absolutely correct. Yes, memory. Indeed. Now that you say it, it is the case, yes. Thank you for like the clarification. This is have you read my literature coded? I don't know what you were talking about, what I was talking about, so yeah. Blame the guy that built the big tower or the Babel Tower, yes. Not me pausing the stream to Google half of what I just said. I mean, don't pause the stream, just like do your research like while I'm yapping. To be fair, I wish I could be like more like NL and be able to yap while playing the game, but this is taking too much of my brain. I'm not like as flexible as NL, unfortunately. The bus has been bouncing in this mountain road for a solid 4 hours. Let me check out the scene first. Are we directly going? Oh, interesting. You have like a security camera here. So no wonder it's a secluded mountain village. The air is quite refreshing. Yeah.
蓝蓝的天空，清清的湖水，
So indeed, the voice is in English, in Chinese, in Mandarin.
这位叔叔也是客人吗？
你是客人吗？
这位叔叔，以前没见过你呢。叔叔也是来我们
I
村子
think I
旅游
know
的客
this
人吗？
voice. I think like I know this voice, but I'm not sure. Are you also a tourist? What a lovely girl. She looks at least 15 or 16. You don't have to call me respected sir.
我不是游客，我是来这里调查案件。
What are you talking about, Juan? Why do you want me to concentrate on understanding with you yapping on the background? I mean, unfortunately, I'm at work, so I have to go. Have fun. Thank you very much for coming. That was like very nice to have you, and I hope you will have like, not too much of a bad time at work. Have a nice day. Remember to hydrate and so on.
原来叔叔是警察呀，可是你没有穿警
可是
服呢。你就是书上说的便衣警察吗？
啊，不，
No, I'm not a police
我不是
officer.
警察。
I'm a lawyer. Has Drake already put on the skirt? Maybe not yet. Yeah, hydrate is important. I should hydrate as well with the amount of yapping I did. I think I saw it on the Altus game console.
是不是那种不停地拍桌子瞪眼睛，然后指着对面大喊“压力”的人呢？
Which country's lawyer is like this? +2.
在这个国家的法庭里
I did hydrate. Save your points for. I just hydrated. Just save your point for the wall reading, probably.
好习惯。
In our country, slamming the table too much in courtroom can lead to fines, and yelling is not a good manner either.
说起来，这位
Well, we're still doing that on court, so.
对呢，我都忘了告诉叔叔名字了。我叫茶红叶，叔叔叫我红叶就好啦。
Annie Lemon. Interesting. I did not like catch her name. I was not like paying attention. What is her name in Chinese? Cha? Yuxin? I don't.
在下名叫龙秋风，还有，能别喊我叔叔了吗？我才31岁呀。
It's a bit weird. But you look quite old, so I think you deserve respect. Oof.
那我可以叫您律师
The
吗？
Miapa flow state. I mean, I can yap, especially when chat like is helping me. We can yap for like hours. But Annie Lemon sounds like a very made-up code name. I mean, all of the names in this game are kind of like this because they are translating the names kind of like literally. Like the surname is always the name, well, the noun in Chinese. So it is obviously like a bit weird, but like, yeah. Come on, Annie L. Oh my god.
律师是个职业，直接用来称呼别人显得
There's like
怪怪的。
the new anime, by the way. Which is very good. Speaking of Annie. Lawyer is a profession. It sounds a bit odd to directly call someone that. It's better to
我也
add
明
a...
白了，那就叫您律师叔叔吧。
She's cute. The translation makes it slightly weird, I think, but this is more cute. She seems to be villager here. I can ask her some question. Okay, let's talk. Can you tell me more about this village? Our village leads a simple life and we hardly interact with the outside world. Grandpa says our bloodline has remained pure for hundreds of years and the women who marry out never come back. This is not very good, you know? Our bloodline has remained pure for hundreds of years. Not a good optic. The name sounds like Dota 2 characters +2. You know what? It's that good that I'll put like a +2 on chat. By the way, I didn't see any farmland for growing crops on the way. How do you manage your food supply? Growing lemons for a living. Oh, so you sell, you trade like, okay, lemon for like necessities. Do you want to try our lemon tea? Lemon tea is inbreeding +2. I think Ellie is farming +2s right now in the chat. Do you want to try our lemon tea? So this is a lemon a tea village as well. Cha. Don't you find it heavy to carry a teapot and a teacup with you at all time? Oh, I kind of want like some lemon tea now. Do you want to try them one by one? I appreciate, but no thanks. I don't need to do anything else today if I try them. The lemon tea is indeed excellent. There should be no problem in relying on it to boost the village's economy. Grandpa says that these lemons are a gift from Mother Nature. Except for the perfect sunlight and temperature, the special soil is very important. Dr. Vincent said that the soil contains many minerals and nutrients beneficial for lemon trees. Yes, I mean, we talked about like this with wine, I think, a few streams ago. The soil is indeed special, very soft but not sticky. They are just yapping about soil. Besides, within the village and the surrounding farmland, such soil only exists in the cliff of the Nightfall Valley. But the terrain is not suitable for planting lemon, so Dr. Vincent uses it to cultivate herbs. Only the surrounding area of the village and the cliff have this special soil. I see. So maybe it will be useful because, I don't know, for example, like the corpse will have like some of this soil on it, and you can kind of like infer where the crime has been taking place. Probably. Cliff of the Nightfall Valley. How many cliffs are there in this Nightfall Valley? Only one. I've never seen any other cliffs. If I'm not mistaken, the cliff she mentioned is perhaps the crime scene. The information about the soil of the cliff might be useful for the investigation. I should note it down. I'm kind of going too fast for the game. By the way, how long do you plan to stay in our village? I'm not here for tourism. I'll probably leave once the investigation is over. What a pity. I've been here for over a decade and have never seen a live... Don't talk as if you've seen a dead lawyer before. So you never left the village? That's right, I never stepped out of Nightfall Valley. I can only hear about the outside world from the visitors. They often say the night view outside is very beautiful, but there's a curfew in the village, so we cannot go out at night. There's a curfew in the village. Interesting. Luna mentioned that this village has some unique rules. Is that what she was referring to? If a case occurred at night, it might have a significant connection with the curfew. No, the curfew, sure. But first, who are you? Da-da-da. Are you what Alter called a lolicon? I just wanted to learn more about the people involved in the crime scene. I see, I grew up in this village and I am a native of Lemon Village. You mentioned Grandpa several times. Is he also in the village? The chief, the parents passed away a long time ago. It was Grandpa who brought me up. So some unpleasant memories. Luckily, with so many villagers keeping me company, I never felt lonely, and I have Grandpa. I'll tell Dr. Vincent and other people who treat me well and take good care of me. Optimistic attitude toward life. Visitors that come and go also share interesting stories with me. What are you talking in chat? I planted my last +2s. Time to harvest. Rule for the day, stop boiling water. Because it's hot? I don't know. The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. Ellie is playing like 4D chess. Like she's preparing bits for, you know, in like 3 months. And everything will come back and it's like, oh yeah, +2. Gaspacho has entered the chat. Gaspacho during summer Estia. This village sounds like it would have a curse in it. I think it's the case, to be honest, from what I remember. I'm not sure. International shipping has broken the sacred saying. +2. I would take Drake to a lollipop convention, no question asks. Would you now? Would you now? I don't know. 31? Charlie Drake? And this is not the face that inspires confidence, I think. Wolfgang, who came for a visit several days ago. I wonder how he's doing now. Wolfgang. Are you talking about Wolfgang Colleyfield? That's him. Never seen him before, but we might become acquainted soon, perhaps. My client in this case, I see. It seems that he has some contact with this young girl before the incident. Drake is kind of a wet dog as a human, +2. I completely agree. My guy looks 40 +2. He's below my resolution. Ellie, you should not be allowed. That's exactly why you will not be a mod, Ellie. You're crazy. You're crazy. Since a long time ago, our village had a rule prohibiting going out at night. A man-eating demon appears. So you were asking about, like, is it a... Do we have a curse in here? Well, we have a man-eating demon, so I think it's pretty good. A wild beast? Grandpa says it's an ancient night demon that specifically consumes human souls. I agree to that sentiment. I love you, you know, it's okay, don't worry, but... You're a very chaotic person. In a good way, to be honest, in a good way. It can't be true. Grandpa also mentioned that this demon has a serpent-like body, several stories high, and large wings on its back. Orochi? Gallagher, but not as cool. +2. Oh, you're a Star Rail player. I see. That's actually horrible. In order to avoid falling prey to the night demon, villagers must stay indoors after 6 p.m. 6 p.m, okay. We cannot leave our house until 8 a.m. in the morning. Even though it possesses limitless magical power, its massive size prevents it from entering houses to attack us. Again, that's the... tall people keeps losing. Thanks to this rule, we have been safe and sound for so many years. Ellie is so chaotic that Miyabi chose me as mod instead, the famously questionable cat. I mean, mod Ellie is a state of the mind that I can only aspire to reach one day. I mean, one day, you know? It's kind of like your self-cultivation journey. Maybe, you know, in 2 years, you'll become mod in here. We don't know. This limitless magic power seems a bit limited, yes. Have any of you ever violated the curfew and encountered this night demon? No, we treasure our lives and no one would violate this rule, but it did happen once when I was a child. One of my friends did not follow the rule and sneaked out at night. He hadn't even left the village when the adults in the village discovered him, and he got a good spanking for it. A good spanking. In this stream, in this chat, we do not agree with child corporal punishment. We just don't know. His howling was heard throughout the village. They say he had to stay in bed for several... We do not agree with like child abuse or child corporal punishment. This is a work of fiction. No child has been spanked on this stream. That sounds really harsh. Hearing this, even my butt tensed up. From what? Desire? Since then, no one dared to violate the rule again. So no, you made an example of the child, literally. The outsider told you the night view outside the village is very beautiful, so they don't have to follow the curfew, right? Our ancestors offended the deity in the past. Since then, our bloodline has been cursed. But the night demon has no interest in outside visitors like you, so you don't need to follow that rule. What is happening with that? It's... The village rule cannot be ignored. A curfew, yes. Both the victims and my clients who were visitors were free to leave the village at night. Considerable convenience for certain events, yes. Do you remember anything about this Wolfgang? Of course I remember. What's that saying? Even if he becomes a ghost, I will never forget him. I don't think that's how it's used. He arrived around noon that day, and I welcomed him at that time. He said he is a college student, and that sounds pretty cool. I mean, it was nice when I was like younger. I was like, oh, being at the university, it seems so cool. And when I was like in my master, I was like, this is like horrible. Cute, but Occam's razor comes into play, and we'll never know for sure. Maybe corporal punishment is bad in general, actually. I mean, no, I can't say that on stream. This is not this type of stream. Sorry, I can't. My lawyer is advising me to stay very silent. What's cool about it? It's college, not Coolidge. He told me about a lot of things outside, even if it was hard to understand. But since he has been to so many places and he knows so much, he must be a good guy. Surely he's a good guy. Isn't it too easy to meet the criteria of being a good guy? I think so. To be fair, like, you are cooking, Charlie. Oh no, I can't say that. I can't antagonize people right now. I'll be good. Do you have any recollection of what he did after arriving in the village? I don't think there was anything particularly special that day. He had dinner at Grandpa's house. After that, we separated, and he said he wanted to go out and see the night view and invited me. But I had to follow the curfew, so I had no choice but to refuse him. It's unlikely that anyone in the village would witness it. This could be a favorable factor in defense. The next morning, I went to the guest room to wake him up. He looked quite exhausted, as if he had just made it through the night. I had just brought breakfast to him not long after. A lot of police officers showed up and took him away. And the case, good. Thank you. What is it? You mentioned that you came here to investigate a case. You're referring to Wolfgang's case, right? I mean, yes, there's no other cases. Although I haven't known him for a long time, I feel like he is not the kind of person who would do something like that. You must save him. Yes, I'll put the effort for both of us. That's great. Lemon tea. It's getting late. Grandpa needs his medicine. I'll head back for now. Okay. The idea of wanting anything to be a punishment is not education, the idea of wanting anything to be a punishment and not education is a problem. I mean, I was not talking exactly about that, but most college students I know forget to study and go to party every day, and I can't. I mean, I did a lot of my uni years like remotely, so I was mostly working, like my job, and studying on the side, so I don't know. I don't know. And then you're just farming +2 in the chat. I see you go to college to go to Jupiter. I'm not sure I'm giving you a +2 in here. I'm sorry. And the game was also like no tracks, no music tracks. Terrible timing. It seems like this Wolfgang is probably a friendly and easygoing guy. And we'll see. Okay, let's investigate. Probably, do we have like things like the camera? That black thing is a camera, and the village is more modern than I thought. That's a bit surprising. Like, why do you have a camera for your village? For sure, this will be like important. This is like tea house, and this is like material, right? And now I'm getting serious about that, like nothing really too interesting about this. Let's go inside, probably. It feels so good with no tour guide chirping around. This is a big problem in like a lot of places nowadays in China, but not only in China, like in a lot of East Asian places, where you have like this middle class of people going in like some villages and stuff, is that, yeah, you're disrupting like the local daily life to some extent. Crickets.mp3 +2 agriculture. Isn't that just your normal soundtrack, Ellie? Oh my god, are you crazy? Siggy is just going for the throat. Interesting piano track also. Okay, will there be a next time? Why wouldn't you have a next time? Let's go inside. Okay, so I guess this is very fun in this type of cliff, you know, detective case. Do we have... So you have like black clothes here. So I'm guessing someone fell from the cliff and we'll find like, you know, the mark for like the corpse like at the bottom. Without the modern conveniences, even investigating a case feels like risking my life. Should be the only cliff. The victim fell to his death at this location in the early morning, okay?
全子。错。嗯，那里有个人，好像正在弯着腰寻找什么东西，向他打听下吧。这位先生。
Okay, the doctor, Dr. Vincent.
律师。你怎么？
How did you know?
因为你鬼鬼祟祟。
Because you look suspicious, +2.
我哪有鬼鬼祟祟？
I am not being suspicious. The ever-present need to make a rustic cottage of timber and tea house material. +2. Tour guides with the huge crowds blocking all walkways and with their big sticks and with a scarf on it. And this is a big problem, like, if you visit like some cities are like impossible to visit because of the crowds nowadays. I think, you know, this is especially the case in like Venice right now, that is really suffering from like over-tourism. We talked about like Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji, literally unvisitable. Just don't go there. Go like to another mountain if you have to. Because it's just like dreadful to go there because of the crowds. And I think it's like a lot of, you know, very famous temples in the Kyoto Nara complex. Unclear also. And I think we are nearing the point where tourism becomes like really, really hard. You know, first of all, it's expensive to travel, and then it's like, what are you trying to do while you're traveling? Do you want to see only, you know, some famous sites, but you will not have a good time because it's overcrowded? Or are you fine with going for a more like local experience and kind of like, I don't know, just you know, seeing places that people don't go to nowadays? It's a complicated situation, I don't know. Like in my city, there's like a big festival every year, and it's like, as a local person, I never go there. Just stay in your house because it's too crowded. Backpacker travelers, OP. To some extent, I have some issues with backpackers, but it's mostly like behavior, you know? If you're a good ethical backpacker, then +2, probably like based, but some are not. She's living in the country. I'm physical facts. I see. I thought it was like. I thought it was like, oh, like your jokes never land, and that's why you hear like crickets every day. Doctor, please cure me. Are you down bad for the doctor? We can't glaze the mature doctor too hard, or he will flee and never come back. We don't know. Do you think the doctor is the culprit? I'm breathless, not suspicious. And why the suspicious ones must be lawyers? I mean, I wouldn't, you know, trust a lawyer, probably.
这位先生，您是查家村的村民吗？啊
Buzzy.
忙着采药，赶时间。
They are translating, you know, like the Chinese text voice is like very sharp, and they're trying to translate kind of literally that. It works, but I think it could be a bit better in terms of translation. This guy seems to be quite reserved.
哦，我懂了，赶时间是因为宵禁吧？
Because of the curfew.
为了不耽误你采药，可以说的简短些。
Da da da.
可
Okay. Different strokes for different folks. This is not how you use this expression. I have a subtle feeling that if the questions are off track, I'm bound to hit a lot of snags.
首先自我介绍一下，
Okay,
我叫龙
I'm
先锋，
introducing myself.
唐王叔。
Vincent Lemon. So you're like a relative, or do like everyone has like the Lemon name in this village? Doctor, village doctor. I mean, yes. The doctor in Lemon Village, the only one. What kind of detail is this? I'll try to be more specific. As the village only doctor, what are your responsibilities? Quarter clinic. Physical examinations, routine treatments, most cases involve headaches, fevers, and minor injuries. Medium-sized surgeries like bone setting, tumor removal, or laparoscopy. Do you know what a laparoscopy is? It's not a medium-sized surgery. I mean, you're not doing a laparoscopy like for pleasure. Like tumor removal. What are you talking about? It's even impossible for most of the hospital to do these surgeries. +2, he's just that goated, I think. This is like a self-cultivating doctor. Where did you learn these therapeutic techniques? Outside the village to study, I worked at the Heinz Hospital in Europe for several years. One of the top medical institutions in the world. So we know that he's really good with like surgery. Sort of savings from those years brought more medical equipment for the village. I resigned and returned home when the time came. Kind of based, like sort of like a U-turn. Giving up such a good job opportunity, don't you feel regretful? Money and fame are external. Protecting the health of the villagers here is my only ideal. Cinema. Absolute cinema. I'm a Drakester, not that Drake, and his doctor is not to be trusted with 2 random vials of spicy liquids. +2. It's the glasses, okay? Oh, I see. You're okay, I see. Listen, a doctor walking around in nature with glass tubes of chemicals is inherently suspicious. Don't worry about it, probably. I can still agree with May. The soul-piercing gaze is certainly a vibe. In Sketchup Hospital. He's shaking the vial so casually, so true. Monkey sage moment. Absolute cinema. My apologies. He's so based that like Charlie is like this is a good person. If he's not the culprit. It's rare to find someone with such integrity. If no other question, I'll continue gathering herbs. Okay, sorry for taking your time. Higher education and worked abroad. Probably shouldn't believe in legends about a night demon consuming human souls. There's a curfew. Why? Dates back hundreds of years and has been observed until now. Origins are unknown, but its original purpose should be to protect the villagers. The demon, Mr. Lawyer. I don't know your background, but please refrain from speaking disrespectfully about the Lord Night Demon. +2. Music, stop. Jazz music, stop. Even you believe in the existence of this mysterious creature? I haven't seen its true form, but the curfew rule has its own significance. After all, the mountainous terrain is steep, and there are many wild beasts in the forest. Going out at night does no good to us, very based. This is like to me, this is the ideal like relationship to like tradition. It's like there's a rule. It makes sense, even if like the official explanation is like outlandish, but because it makes sense to some extent, and because this is part of like the identity of the village, why would you change it? Doc Lemon has lanky piano hand. I'm on board now. I do agree. This is true. So, to be fair, what do I wanted to say? No, you are a hand enjoyer. No, I wanted to say you're a hand enjoyer, and I like that. It's rare to find like hand enjoyers in this world. The rationality of the curfew. What on earth is this mysterious creature? If you plan on staying overnight, I advise you to not go out at night. Or you might end up like the foreigner gentleman, falling into the valley. I don't want to be too involved in the case, but I was the one who discovered the body. Interesting. Because you were like out gathering herbs or something like that? It's fine. I've seen countless bodies during work, and one more doesn't make a difference. I mean, he's a doctor. Do you know the victim? He came to the village a few days before the incident, an Italian named Elio Giordano. I don't know him. Incredible. So there's a discourse about like Italian people in this game. So you will see how he is like, I will do a save by the way. We will see how like Italian people are depicted in a Chinese game. Usually we don't have many visitors, let alone foreigners one. That's why I remember his name. As for the nationality, I've seen many people from various countries when walking abroad. I'm sure his behavior was very Italian. His behavior was very Italian. How about you cultivate an armor eye machine and look at how my yellow bison flame proves my condition? Different stroke for different folks. At last, a correct use of the expression. +2. I can't distinguish Italian, American, or French people if you line up in front of me. I think it's not the hardest nationality to kind of distinguish, probably. If you knew that, like, you know, I don't think it's that hard. So do you know what he did these past few days? Gloomy, no contact with him except greetings. On the day of the incident, early in the morning, Arthur and I were gathering herbs when we found him lying under this cliff. So we reported it to the police. Even though we knew his chance of survival was slim, we still called the ambulance. Why did you feel that his chance was slim? I mean, 10 meters high, I mean, you can survive, but like, it's pretty cooked. Why did you immediately assume that he fell? Couldn't he have taken another path down? Well, you see this, right? He fell here. If that were possible, I would have rushed down to rescue him. Unluckily, while the cliff is only a dozen meters from the ground, walking down the bottom from here takes at least 10 hours, but there's a ladder, no? 10 hours? At the moment I saw him, I thought he had fallen to his death. So you were the first to discover the body. Alta was too. We were gathering herbs together. By the way, I've heard this name a few times from Annie. He's probably sleeping at home. Afternoon. Okay. Evening is approaching. Let's end this conversation. Thank you for your cooperation, by the way. Is that 10-hour route my only option? You can also jump down. Incredible reply. But the police seems to have set up a real ladder. Okay, so it was added by the police, I see. So, what is interesting with this 10-hour thingy they show is that we know that the curfew is like from 6 to 8, right? So, it leaves you like 12 hours to commit the crime. I mean, you have like 12 hours of curfew, so is there a situation when somebody like, I don't know what I'm talking about. We haven't even seen the crime scene. Okay, let's see the ladder. I just want to examine like this piece of cloth or whatever. The tree branches on the mountain cliffs, I never quite figure out how they grow in such environment. You have like, oh, how is it called? Like this chain of mountain in like Guangzhou. It's in Guangzhou, right? Where you have like this beautiful like chain of mountain and you have like those trees that are like kind of growing sideways on the cliff. Very beautiful, very good, picturesque, but also like a touristic spot nowadays. The lemon siblings seem like they enjoyed lemongrass at home when nobody's looking. Did you try like to chew on lemongrass? Back in the days before school, whenever I saw those trees, I just called them guest greeting pines. They still kind of look like that, don't they? I mean, I think that's what made them like so nice. It's just extending towards the sky, probably. So we cannot like take a look at the piece of clothes. Interesting. Partaking in the devil's lemongrass. Well, 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 this ladder is at least 15 meters high. Don't fall. Interesting. He did not die from... Did you die from like a fall? Like, I think the bloodstain is kind of like suspicious. If you fall like, you know, like head first, perhaps you can make that kind of stain, but... Interesting. The police have started their search, so the body must have been removed long ago, only leaving the outlines on the ground. I need to hurry and investigate and collect evidence. Oh, she's so... Hi.
哎，你是不是那个？
喂，那个形迹可疑的人，这里禁止闲逛视野，违者严惩视野。哎，
Interesting. Think of your lawyers.
这里是凶案现场视野，
This is the
不能
crime
让你
scene.
到处乱走视野。
Nobody is allowed to wander around.
拜托你
Seriously.
们能小点声啊！我耳膜都要被你给震破了。
I mean, if you checked the YouTube video, you know that this is like the thumbnail that I use. Like, this is like the character that I use for the thumbnail. But
这是本人的标志，意见。
are you a recurring inspector? Earplugs.
我走了。
Heinz Hospital Education. Red stain on the
你自己
floor.
看着办
Oh, she has such a nice voice
请副
also.
局长大人放心。
You're a bit crazy. He is a simp. He is 100% a simp. But I understand. That woman who just left in a hurry. There was like another inspector in like Emio, like Famicom Tante Club Emio, and I was like, oh my god. I should not be trusted with those games. Simping, we get it. Forget her. Look like the louse voice guy is the point. He is undoubtedly a detective, and this is a lawyer's essential skill to extract information from
你
them.
好，
Puppy boy, puppy boy.
是负责
What a
本案
good
辩护的律师
puppy.
哦，原来是律师啊，难怪。
You're saying very interesting things today in this chat, May. What kind of image do you have of lawyers? Not a good image.
本人乃是负责本案搜查的巡警，名叫
Serious
视野。
Spark. You can call me serious. I'm serious. We literally do not know each other. He's a simp, and somehow he has the aura of a Maple story player. Absolutely based. Absolute +2. +4.
视野视野。
I'm serious, na feeling of hearing an
你可不要
echo.
到处乱跑啊！否则
Yeah, because this
你
is like
破坏
a
现场论述视野
joke with like, yeah, okay. Alliteration. He is the heat making my, it's the heat making my brain fried. Understandable. I thought that it was the doctor that was making your brain fry, but you know, maybe both. You'll be prosecuted for disrupting the crime scene, I'm serious.
是是。
Okay, okay. Questions. May has ascended to the Miapa plane in this heat. He looks like a paladin main. Oh, this is so true. You are very, all of you are very, very wise today, I think. Detective Spark, did you recently get transferred to this area? Less than a month ago. Active in the southern branch. Certain immediate superior coming over for official business, I was also transferred here. Interesting. An accompanying assistant. Is that woman who just left now your superior? Are you kidding? How can you casually talk at a... Can you casually call deputy director that woman? Oh my god, he just... +2, +2. Reasonable deduction. Miss Library Fox. Oh my god. I didn't know her title. I cannot call her that person either, can I? She usually handles international major cases. She usually works at the headquarters. I mean, she has like a sort of like Franziska von Karma vibe, right? Because like Franziska is working for Interpol right now. That solo leveling manhwa with a rich kid has the same haircut and vibe. I don't read like this type of like manhwa, so I don't know what you're talking about. The reason, but I can see the vision. The reason she took the time to come over for an inspection was that she encountered Death Case shortly after arriving. She didn't really inspect anything and just left. For small cases like this happening in a mountain village, I'm more than enough to handle. I'm serious. Speak loud against wrong, act swiftly and be strong. This is my life motto. I'm serious. He's serious. I understand. Although I'm a bit concerned about this deputy director. So-called international major case one day, I might eventually have to deal with her. Case 4 and 5, surely. For now, it's better to ask something else. Okay, let's talk about the case. So we can start to, deduce a little bit. TTRPG time, you will be going. Have fun with TTRPG, it was very nice having you here. And I'll see you maybe next time. Since you're the lawyer of the suspect, a little bit of disclosure is fine. A report earlier, it said the body was found at the cliff of the bottom of Lemon Village. I am serious. We rushed to the scene and conducted an urgent search. During the search, we found some important information. I'm serious. I'm serious. Important information. We arrested the suspect. Our action was accurate and swift. I'm serious. This is a bit too swift. I always prefer a quick victory in my cases. Average cop. Unluckily, I cannot just hold a trial on the spot to announce the judgment. So what's the important information? A secret weapon of the prosecution, so we won't know until the trial. The victim is a foreigner, so it attracted attention from the higher authorities. I'm serious. Even the embassy of the victim's country sent a letter expressing concern and asking us to handle it quickly, which is like the normal behavior. Every time like a foreigner is like dying in a country, like the embassy will always like come up to take, extra care that justice is served to some extent. I will never reveal any confidential information to you. I'm serious. Troublesome. Even if there's even the slightest leak, I would be a dead man in the trial tomorrow. Interesting. Tomorrow's trial. Is there anything special about tomorrow's trial? You're the one representing the defense tomorrow. Yes, it seems that you're going to have fun in the court tomorrow, seriously. You're the lawyer, you're going to suffer a terrible blow. I'm serious. Because you all encountered the most formidable opponent in your professional career. So I know that it is kind of like Great Ace Attorney, but in the sense that the prosecution is the sister of Luna. Her sister is the prosecutor. Get beaten thoroughly, perhaps even knocked out in the first round. I'm serious. Boxing ring. You'll know how formidable it is when the time comes. I'm serious. Detective Spark, even if you cannot disclose the case details, as a defense attorney, I'd like to conduct a search of the scene. I should have the authority for that. No problem. Show me the defense attorney authorization. I was so focused on investigating that I forgot to visit the detention center and meet my client. Or did we literally forgot to do all of that? I better hurry. Okay, so we can't be here. Puppy Boy believes in silly justice. Chad Drake know about the malleability of ethics. And I think this is the point of this game. This is really a game that tackles the meaning of justice in a good way, I think. From what I've heard.
跟警察说了那么多话，也真是够累的，还是出来溜溜放松一下筋骨。
我是新国。
前面的小哥快闪开
！He's crazy. Literally Gallagher, but not as cool. I love Silly Justice. I mean, he literally has a Nintendo Switch.
哎呀，痛！
Oh, You need to head out now. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming. It was very nice to have you.
老哥，你怎么能跑这么猛啊？
I hope you have a good evening. They've got a speedometer in this village.
抱歉。
二次元的男主都是大清早在街头拐角。
Into a blurry girl holding a piece of bread in street corners in the early morning.
三次元的男主就是大傍晚在村口散步。
I do make bro thinks he is the protagonist of the story. Life is so unfair. What a weird guy. Yeah, Charlie is not anime peeled. 对不起。
刚才真的很抱歉，有没有哪里伤到？要不要去找村医处理一下
Do you need to see the village doctor?
我倒是没啥大事，只是被老。
As long as you didn't break any of my equipment, you break my Switch
好像
one.
没见过你。
And now the defense attorney.
就是拍桌子瞪眼睛，凌空一指，然后大喊“伊加”的律师吧。
He say that like in okay, interesting.
你的律师徽章呢？就是那个像一朵金菊花的那个。
He's saying that like Ace Attorney is literally canon in this universe. He literally say like Inyari, Japanese style.
冷静，我们桌子拍多了是要罚款的，而且也没有。
The golden chrysanthemum.
不过从这个似曾相识的对律师形象的定
Are
位
you the alter that Annie
没
mentioned?
错，我就是茶之青，
Alter
茶家
Lemon.
村唯一的动漫宅兼游戏宅兼
The
技术宅
one and only otaku gamer and tech geek in Lemon Village. Probably one too much. Drake is generationally relieved of weebiness. +2.
那还真是了不得的身份呢。
Let's chat with him. Are we forced to do that? He's 31 but an ancient soul. I think probably in our society, your tech skills are literally like decreasing with your age. Even if you were like extremely like into computer, I think it decreases at some point. For our generation at the very least. Like I had like so many friends that were able to do things when they were younger, and just they can't now because they just forgot how to do this in this economy, in this society. You don't recognize the Nintendo Switch trademark. Released in 2016 with Zelda and Mario Kart for the launch games. I mean, you should know Nintendo probably. Like, if you live in this society and you do not know Nintendo, I think there's like probably an issue with you. Goes hand in hand with GPT friendliness, it seems. I mean, we talked about the study like of the MIT that ability to think just drops drastically when you're using ChatGPT. Such a modern taste in this remote mountain village. It's the Nintendo Switch. Everyone has the Nintendo Switch. Our comrades are scattered all over the world, although I would be interested to know how many people got the Nintendo Switch like in Chinese cities, to be honest. Because obviously you cannot buy some consoles in some part of the world because it's just too expensive. But in China, like in like urban China, I don't know. It's complicated because like the Switch, the way the Switch is sold in China was like slightly unclear because of reasons that we don't need to go like into today. But yeah. Anyway, what am I talking about? Can someone living in the wilderness still be called an otaku? I mean, Nerdboy is a scalper, +2. Our village has a curfew every night after dinner, so we can't go out at night. So bro is just gaming. Watching anime and playing games. What else can I do to pass the time? I don't know. Anything else? Play some music, read books? I don't know. You have like so many different activities that you can do. But what a pity, I'm the only one in the village who shares this hobby. Annie seems interested in anime culture. Please do not get her into anime culture. I think Annie is curious about everything, not just anime culture plus too. But interest can be cultivated. That's part of the fun of raising a... You're probably... I hope you're the culprit. I hope that you are the culprit. He's leaving. Maybe I should inform Detective Spark to keep an eye on this guy. It's almost 5 o'clock. The new anime releases should have been downloaded. I need to continue my journey with a cute maid. You have internet here? The electronic facilities here don't seem to lag behind the city. Maybe worth exploring. Unavailable Wi-Fi. It's named Maho Shoujo. Maho Shoujo, literally. I have no idea what it means, but it seems like your village has quite modern facilities. You don't even know about the Maho Shoujo. You're really out of date. The electronic devices in the village are all my credit. I asked Dr. Vincent to get someone outside to install the internet. For young people today, living without the internet is as uncomfortable and as not being able to breathe. This is kind of good. When will be like the original RuneScape stream, by the way? Probably less chance than the WoW stream. Why do you keep... You know that I'm a weeb. You keep trying to fish for like Western games, like old school Western MMOs. The Maho Shoujo. The Heinz hospital wage. Last time I forgot to pay the internet bill of my office, Luna almost tore the roof out on that afternoon. No internet, cooked. As an otaku, I have pushed towards the modernization of Lemon Village. I am in charge of installing and troubleshooting all kinds of electronic devices. So the camera, the surveillance camera they show, it would be strange if there were another person like you in this village. +2. Look at this camera in the village. I'm going too fast for the game. I was concerned about this weird thing when I arrived at the village entrance, so it was you who did it. Who else but me? Every villager is indoor after 6 PM. Even though we are in a remote area, there must be some visitors. In any case, there's a thief one night. In case there's a thief one night. With this camera, we can catch all the criminals. Trapping mechanism like a net. It does really have one. Okay, I need to leave. I wanted to... If you have time, buddy, feel free to chat with me. I'm not free. This is very Lemon family owning a dungeon coded. Very true. When is the Final Fantasy 11 stream, by the way? If I do a 11 stream, I kind of want to rope other people into it. I don't want to play alone, and I don't think you can play really alone 11. Like, we would need to do like a sort of like, we probably have maybe to collab with Cinder. Maybe. Okay, I can't talk to the villager. Better first retrieve authorization and finish the investigation. That should be a soft-spoken guy. Convincing Cinder. I mean, she wanted to... I talked to her and she wanted to do something about like 11, but... I don't think it will happen just because our schedules are too full. Asking Alter about who came into the village during the incident feels like Vincent would find out and cause mischief with that information? I mean, probably. What a sturdy guy.
你谁啊？
我下。
你好，我姓龙，龙秋风。这个案子由我来为你做辩护。因为今天的现场搜查时间很紧迫，所以还请先签一下书面的辩护委托。
He doesn't want to sign. Your name is Wolfgang Collifield,
是
right?
田牧阳吧？
是又怎样？真是耻辱！
什么？
什么？
我才不需要什么律师。身为一匹头狼，接受别人的帮助，根本就不是我的风格。
Okay.
哎，
Eh?
有话快说，说完快走。
Speak up and leave. I need to pack my climbing bag. I don't know. I have a question. When you were in Lemon Village, I didn't do anything. What? I didn't do anything, any problem. I didn't even... Time is running out. So you're the son of an old friend my dad mentioned. He's really noisy. You're the defendant. It's okay to have an attitude towards you. Is it okay to have an attitude towards your defense attorney? Average Ace Attorney case. Well, although I don't know what you did on the day of the incident yet, but you're currently accused of murder. If you can't prove your innocence, the sentencing could be... You're too noisy. I don't know the victim. I've never been to the crime scene, and I don't need any defense. This is the dignity of the alpha wolf. I will not beg for mercy from humans, even if I starve. Sigma hiker. What's wrong with this guy? Does he like imagining himself as a wolf? I mean, you know, he's called Wolfgang. Alright then, I'm leaving. Please wait. I kind of understand why he has such personality. None of Dad's comrades are normal, just like the one 5 years ago, the case from 5 years ago. Children raised by such people wouldn't be gentle and kind. No time to argue. Okay, defense authorization. For now, please sign this recent defense authorization. Without it, I cannot enter the crime scene to investigate. If you're really that confident, then no matter how I investigate, the result will be the same, right? If you want to investigate, go ahead, but I didn't ask for your help. So what did you do when you saw a guy who had fallen and hit the head with Heinz Hospital ketchup all around? I didn't do anything. Everyone, you know, it's the law of like nature. The strongest one survives. If you have fallen, maybe deserved. Okay, so are we going immediately? I'm a lone wolf with a backpack. I've never... It's no wonder the police took him as a suspect +2. I got the defense authorization. With a little time left, I should hurry back to the village and give that to the loud detective. Okay, let's move. Let's get to a move. Let's try to be productive before the end of the stream. AU ? I will close this case. I'll return to your side to take care of your child of Syria. It saves me the trouble of looking for him. The sneaky lawyer. I'm sure he's going to testify the ketchup didn't taste like Heinz. I mean, there's something with the blood stain, so we'll talk about like the Heinz ketchup stain. What are you doing here? I'm preparing to seal the scene and return to the city. I'm serious. Do you have any business? Could you wait a moment? I still have some investigations to do. No way! You a lawyer without authorization or considered a bystander and cannot go to the scene? I'm serious. I have something to show you. Disdainful writing. I always follow the rules. Now you can proceed with the search. I'm serious. The loyal, neutral puppy boy. But to avoid disturbing the villagers, you must leave before 6 p.m. This with butter and salt. Ellie is crazy. Only 20 minutes left. No, it's not because of that. You must leave before it gets dark because there's no place to stay here, I'm serious. The village has only 2 guest rooms, but one was occupied by the victim, the other by the defendant. Both are sealed for the case. I see. The mountain road is steep and driving at night is dangerous, so please head back early after your investigation, seriously. Thank you for your concern. Tomorrow's trial might be more dangerous than you driving at night in the mountains. Interesting. He said tomorrow's trial is more dangerous. It's not just a bluff. I heard that the prosecutor in charge of this case is that person, Anokata. Thinking too much won't help. A close-up photo of the crime scene. Ellie is the best, I cannot compete. It's probably a good, interesting sunglass, but it looks like modern sunglass, right? You have like something in here, a mechanism in here. You might have broken your glasses while falling, but interesting also. The watch did probably stop with the fall. Why do you have like a knife also? Did the crime happen at like basically 10, something like that? 10 p.m.? 10 p.m., which gives you like 10 p.m., 4 plus 6. It gives you like 10 hours to come back to the village. So enough to avoid the people because of the curfew. And that's why like Annie was like, oh, Wolfgang was weird because it felt like he just, you know, like he didn't sleep at all. So I do understand like the prosecutors like thinking of like, oh, he's probably the culprit because like he materially could have committed the crime with the time frame. Probably. The watch is on the wrong hand. What do you mean? What do you mean the watch is on the wrong hand? Although I've never met this guy, the foreigner who died at the bottom of the cliff must be Elio Giordano, the victim of the case. I've seen the version marked with white lines before, but the real photo has a more powerful impact. I mean, probably. Great, I was worried about the time-consuming cliff trip. Now I can visually conduct basic investigation. The blood amount and posture suggest death from fall off cliff. Unclear. To be fair, unclear. No other injuries found on the body, no damage on the back of the clothes. Interesting. No other injuries on the body. So you really fell from like the cliff? I can't get the autopsy report yet. It seems that there are no other possible causes of death. Okay, so you're like inferring that just from the picture. I don't know, it could be, no, I don't know. If the police confirm this is a homicide, there must have been external force that caused him to fall. My question is, why do you have a knife? Why would you be like on the cliff with a knife? Italians may be on the top of the curve here when it comes to watch arm placement. I mean, it's not that unusual to wear the watch like on the right wrist, I think. Unfortunately, I can't see any clues from this photo alone. I don't know. Military dagger. Not something villagers can easily get their hands on. Brought by Wolfgang or the victim himself. No blood on the blade, difficult to reach the bottom of the cliff before the police setting up the ladder. This means no one had a chance to clean it before the police arrived. Exactly. The question is not like, is it the crime weapon? Probably not. Like, surely not. The question is like, why do you have this like near you? But its presence here is quite suspicious. I agree. Okay. It's not very clear due to the photo itself. Since the watch is worn on the wrist, on the right wrist, is he left-handed? Possibly not 100% sure. Possibly he's left-handed, but we can't be sure of it. We need like another. It's very hard to like judge if a person is left or right-handed just from one element. You need like several more hints that shows that this is a series. There are a series of elements that will show that this is left-handed, but we can't conclude with this exact thing. He is a left-handed and therefore queer artist. This must be hate crime adjacent. I mean, possibly left-handed, but like I wouldn't conclude that immediately. Falling from such a height, I wonder if the watch can still work. This is a question. It's like, did the watch crash? Well, was broken on impact? If so, then we have the time of the crime, but if it was damaged during the fall, then it could accurately record the time of the incident. I mean, I know my detective fiction. What was the... Watch his watch, okay. Better take down that information. Sunglasses, from the position where it fell, maybe the victim was wearing it when he fell off the cliff. Possible. Didn't this case happen at dawn? Wearing sunglasses at midnight to the cliff, why did this foreigner lose his mind? I mean, you can see like there's probably like, you know, increased, you know, or augmented reality like glasses or whatever. The Apple Watch, the Apple, you know, glasses. Maybe he wore it to look cool and he accidentally fell off without seeing the road clearly. You don't have like a knife in your hand if you're just like having some fun outside. Looking closely, this pair of sunglasses seems to have some complicated device attached. I don't know what the specific function is. Unlikely that ordinary people would use such a device. Military equipment? Possible. We don't know. Does it show a health bar or ammo? What are you talking about? Maybe I've played too many games. You have played too many games and you don't know what the Nintendo Switch is? If the watch is intact, he might have braced for impact during the fall and therefore wasn't unconscious when there came some outside force that pushed him. Wait, are you arguing that like he didn't die from the fall? When there came some outside force that pushed him. Because you can argue that he survived the fall. This is not impossible. But this is not very likely either. I shouldn't have to descend the cliff again, but the area above it is likely the initial scene of the victim's fall. I don't know. Better focus on the guest room. Okay, so we'll go to the square. I want at least today, I think it's possible today to at least go to the trial and then we stop here for today. This old world building with wooden cottages is surrounded by blue skies, white clouds, green mountains and clear waters. We talked about that in the very first stream. And we talked about Chinese painting and how you have like water and mountains, how important it is in Chinese culture. If no rush for investigation case, I would really love to experience farmhouse here. I mean, this looks like a nice place to, you know, spend like a week here. After dinner, will a glasses wearing maid girl suddenly appear when I step outside? You should not be allowed. This should not be allowed. Subtle sense of loss in his world, in his words. My investigation isn't over yet. Take your time. I'm going back to my room. Curfew. Lana, play game. May I ask you some questions? Anything you want to know, because you know nothing. We can talk with you. More about the case. By the way, we need to check like that sign. You tell me something about it. the witness interrogation. Okay, I've been saying at home all these days, hikikomori behavior. Except for that morning when Dr. Vincent dragged me out to collect herbs. By morning you mean right at 8 AM when the curfew just ended. Said herbs with morning dew are the freshest, but due to the curfew, there's no way we can get there earlier, but we still want to get to an early show at like 8 AM. Did you notice something unusual? Footprints on the cliffs. How many sets of footprints? Nano, you cannot be like in front of the computer. You cannot be in front of the screen. I need to be able to read. But when I turned around to go back to the village, I happened to glance at the bottom of the cliff, and oh my god. You're on a quick break, so I can check stream again. I'm trying to make good strides, because I want at least to go to the trial today. Then Dr. Vincent called the police, and you know the rest. So we... okay. There's such a big time frame for when the crime can be committed, to be honest. Like, until the autopsy, it's unclear. Did you have ever seen the night demon? If I've seen it, I would be dead. Your generation are quite exposed to modern science. Do you really believe in such a seemingly unrealistic myth? Of course I do. When I was a child, I tried... Oh, so you were the one getting spanked. But anyway, a demon that feasts on the souls of humans at night, wouldn't that make for a great storyline? Using it as a prototype to design... Aren't you afraid that your own soul will be lured away by her? Okay, by the way, just before we... I just want to check that. Conspicuous notice here. The village enforces a curfew. No villager can go out from 6 to 8... Well, 6 PM to 8 AM. Violators face severe judgment. Severe punishment. In the case of a sudden illness, please contact the village doctor, something like that. Okay. However, this somewhat cute unknown creature below, could this be the night demon? Okay, interesting. So it's just useful for the time frame, I think. Let's finish talking to him. You and the village doctor, Vincent Lemon, were the first discoverers. I suppose so. No one could have been earlier than us. Did you encounter anyone else on the way to collect herbs? Would be so crazy to get up early to go to the cliff. Are you talking about yourself? The first discoverer, because I noticed it a few seconds before Dr. Vincent. He noticed it because I screamed, "Oh my god," first. Did you notice anything unusual when you saw the body? Yeah, of course, definitely. Seeing a dead... He is crazy. I like the animation though, but he is a bit crazy. Luckily it's far enough so I didn't see clearly, or my soul would have been scared away into the mouth of the night demon. Should be asleep. When you saw the body, did you recognize its identity? But the golden hair is eye-catching. I mean, it's like, what, 15 meters? Probably yes. Doesn't seem like he knew the victim before. Interesting. Do you know what the victim? Absolutely nothing. I spend all day playing games at home, so I have no idea. Literally hikikomori behavior. Seeing a foreigner in the morning, and even more a dead man, that really freaked me out. What about the purpose of this foreigner coming to the village? It's also very... It's a case that it's also very reminiscent from the first Famicom Tante Club, by the way. If Dr. Vincent didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know he came. The villagers were gossiping, and that's when I learned that he was here to sell something. Businessman. What about the suspect in this case? The one who got arrested, never seen him before either. Even if the sky falls, you'll still stay at home, gaming, and don't even look outside? Of course. So okay, he did not know them. Interesting. No more time. My home is right by the square. Okay, whatever. Go watch your anime. It's fine. Information I got from him is quite limited. He really embodies the otaku lifestyle. Okay. Let's move. Guess from A. That's interesting. Is this Elio Giordano's room? What a mess. I would be the type to keep things in order. Okay, of course, the baggage. Large suitcase seems to be his luggage. Let's open it. Passport, toothbrush, spare tie, essential for a long journey. Banana Republic, more like Lemon Village. This visa seemed to be a business visa, as I suppose he wasn't just a common tourist. Medicine. Interesting. Was it in relation with, I mean, like in a business partnership with like, or, you know, just selling medicine to Vincent, to the doctor? Cur 687. Honorary white pills. Seems that nothing else worth taking in this room. Already? Okay. I mean... many white medicine bottles. Huh. Okay. So let's check guest room B then. There's a bag. And so how do you call that in English? Hiking rods? Whatever. Mr. Lawyer. Annie. Those 2 rooms belong to Grandpa. I often come to help with the cleaning. Please have a seat. Okay. How is your investigation going? You must be tired. Please have some tea. I really want some tea right now as well. After drinking a cup of tea, I feel refreshed. That's the point of drinking tea, yes. Oh, I miss like tea tasting so much. The amount of lemonade that they could sell, this is the capitalist dream. Yeah, but lemon tea is just better, right? Classic medical field dispute leads to unaliving. Of course, but Grandpa's house is right behind this room. It only takes 1 minute to walk there. Maybe something we should keep that in mind, but... Oh, I need to talk with you beforehand. The case. I know you might be a bit scared, but I have to ask, how much do you know about this case? I'm not scared. Arthur has shown me many scarier things. Don't spend time with him. Don't trust him. I don't know if I should feel relieved or sad. I only learned about Mr. Foreigner's death after Mr. Police came to this village this morning. No villager would want to see an incident like this happen. I don't think he's a bad guy. Don't believe that anyone could do such a terrible thing as murder. Could it be that Mr. Police made a mistake? I mean, probably not a suicide, right? Have you been to the cliff recently? No one goes there except Dr. Vincent. Can't remember the last time I went there. If only I had advised the foreigner. She's getting sad. How about telling me more about your grandpa? The foreigner, golden hair. I had only seen foreigners in the anime Arthur showed me, so I was a bit curious about him. Greeted him, but... okay, didn't seem to like talking even though he spoke our language quite well. If you ignored his face, I couldn't tell he was a foreigner just by listening to him. Very good mastery of Chinese tones. I wonder how he communicates with the villagers, as it is unlikely that there are any Italian experts here. Came to the village, he was eager to meet Grandpa, they had a long chat. So no, it was the medication for the Grandpa then. They were talking about grown-up stuffs, kinda hard to understand. He mentioned a lot of words that I never heard before, like target inceptors or something. It's hard to know what she's talking about with the translation. true intention coming to this village seemed to be the breakthrough in this case. Target intent. I don't know. If the village doesn't have a central bank, then their sales turning a zero-sum economy, hence educated or in the know. I couldn't get into the Hence University. Your grandpa is the chief of this village, right? What is his name? My parents passed away and I've been living with my grandpa. Speaking of his name, you don't even know the name. But to be fair, when I was young, I did not know the name of my grandpa. So I kind of get it. Like the breakfast lady downstairs from my office, I've known her for years, but I still don't know her name. Anyway, Grandpa takes good care of me, but he's getting old. It's my turn to take care of Grandpa. Filial piety. Where does the village chief usually spend his time? Weak and bedridden lately. If he could walk, he would surely come to greet you. Is this true? Maybe he isn't really bedridden. He isn't really unable to walk. Detective Conan, Métante Conan, Case 1, Volume 1. After all, it's been a long time since someone as unique as you visited our village. I'll take it as a compliment. Let alone the cliff. We don't know about that. It's almost curfew time. Okay. Oh boy. If you encounter the night demon, please send my regards. Interesting. Okay, let's check the quite neat basic manner of the backpacker. I mean, this is folded, even like, you know, perfectly folded, like on the side. Let's check the bag. What do we find inside? He's carrying another backpack in the detention center. Unbelievable. This guy travels with 2 huge backpacks. Come to the cliff on morning on the 20th. Wear this to wrap up your problem. Let's put an end to this. Elio Giordano. Come to the cliff on morning. Was it addressed to maybe like the doctor? No. It's probably, my guess is that it was sent to like the village chief to deal with a curse. There's something with a curse. And he has like a way to get rid of this, but this immature handwriting and the wrong spelling mixed in definitely seem to be from a foreigner hands. Yeah, because they had to translate it in English, right? If these 2 people did not meet on the night of the case, this is definitely not a good sign. Very troublesome evidence. Interesting. Evil gum cauliflower. It's not cauliflower, it's cauliflower. After the investigation, I must go to the detention center and ask what this is all about. Okay, there's one hint we haven't checked, which is like on the cliff, right? We want to check at this. Herbs, one after the other. Without disturb, let's investigate. Let's check that. That is like interesting to me. Because it's not fitting the... this is not fitting the clothes of the victim. So why do we have like some black clothes here? Non-edible, last name unforgettable, my bad. Dr. Lemon wants Grandpa to die for inheritance and handsome Giordano was in the way. Unlikely. As a meticulous lawyer, I better go and fetch it. Okay. Really old. Like you're 31, it's not the end of the world. Interesting. White stain, or is it part of like the pattern of the... It looks more like a stain than a pattern, but it's hard to say. Hardly any dust. It must have been hung recently. I'm expecting this to be like part of like the night demon or something, but yeah, maybe its function can only be revealed in court. Yeah, we don't have like any idea of like baking soda. It could. And respect for the village rule. The curfew is indeed an unbreakable restriction for the villagers in this small village. I should still be able to catch the last bus. Oh yeah, we want to interrogate you again. The investigation in the village is over, but I still have some questions for you. Can't investigate any further, it's so late and Annie and the villagers should be home by now. Okay. Dinner is at 7. Oh, I mean for him, okay. Last time I came, I was in a hurry to return to the village for investigation. I did not have the time to ask in detail. Do you know why you're considered a suspect by the police? Because those villagers all look weak, while Al, with my robust physique, looked more like a murderer. I mean, no contact with the victim. As a backpacking college student, why would I have anything to do with that hypocritical yellow-haired foreigner? How do you know that he's hypocritical? I'm going too fast for the game. Then maybe we cross paths in the village, but I wouldn't pay attention to someone like him. So you know more than what you are showing. Lower my gaze to that husky. Okay, so show him this. Have you seen this? Funny, they have not translated it on the preview. He seems to be a little confused. Time to question him. I don't think it was intended for him, though. I'm not sure, but I don't think it was. You denied any contact with the victim and claimed you didn't leave your room at night. So how do you explain this note? Since I've never seen such a thing, why bother explaining? Found in the backpack in your room. I just packed my backpack before being brought here, and it wasn't there back then. No signature wolf hole this time. So did someone add the note in his bag afterwards? Not translated. This is the first kanji is like police, right? The second, I don't know. But probably officer, just right. I'm going back to my den. Do whatever you want to do. Still, okay. Everyone I visited denies any deep contact with the victim. I don't know. He's silly but in a concealing manner, which is probably the best way to handle social situations, to be fair. People don't ask anything of you if you look silly. And this is probably the best way to appear like innocent or at least like harmless. Okay. To be fair, I kind of want to continue a little bit, but if we start like I think if we start the trial, we would be here like for far too long. A reasonable person should say like stop the stream here. But maybe we can start at least, and I don't know, do at least the introduction of the case, right? And we stop probably at the first cross-examination. Because I need like some details to be able to think about the case. Okay, so let's continue just a little bit. I still don't know how the victim fell off the cliff and why the defendant was arrested. It really adds much difficulty to myself to have such a weird client. Okay, so she will participate as our console. Being on the spectrum and your tics unravel your whole story. +2. Why are you so sad? It was you scaring me, okay? Good morning, Chief. Why the heavy look? I'm fine, you're not. It's not about him, I'm worried about you, Chief. Oh, because we are you were fighting, like, we're opposed to her sister, right? Do you know how the prosecutor is today? That's her sister. Stella Ray, an able woman renowned throughout the legal world. They say she even practiced boxing. Also, Franziska von Karma was like, oh, I will like strike you with my whip. And like, she is like a boxer. Oh no. She always thought Luna should join her at the prosecutorate, but after graduating abroad, Luna came to work with me instead. That makes Prosecutor Ray particularly annoyed with me. I mean, I just met Sis. She seems to be in a pretty bad mood. She punched several cracks in a wall, shouting, "Use my fist to conclude the match with a punch." Our client seems reluctant to talk. He's already in the courtroom. With Sis around, I shouldn't say too much. Allez-y. Been on the spectrum, wonder what it's like. I mean this, but unironically.
那么，大学生田牧阳在刘叶谷涉嫌杀人一案。
So he is called in Chinese. He's called like Tian Muya. Tian Muya.
辩护律师龙秋风。
Okay, the defense is ready.
龙律师
Untidy. This is kind of like the, I don't remember his name, but in like investigation, like the colleague of like Edgeworth's father.
那么，检控方
The only neurotypical person in a chat of spice enjoyers. Autistic adjacent.
你这家伙，
Well, you cannot be outside of the spectrum. What do you mean? It's a spectrum. You cannot be outside of it. You cannot leave the circle of knowledge. Such a fiery mood.
检察官雷夏兰已经准备完毕，请辩护方速来受死。
Okay. She's a bit crazy.
有请辩护方速来收。
Just watch me. You cannot leave the circle of knowledge. Can I punch the spectrum? You can try.
不，我
那边的律师给我听
I don't know what tricks you used to lure my sister into your shady law
歪
office.
门邪道的事务所。今天我会让你在他面前输得一败涂地的。
Maybe I should have worn armor to
姐
court.
姐，
姐姐.
如果律检双方有任何私人恩怨，请放到庭审后去。
Neural parkours. Okay, we've started already, so let's begin with the opening statement.
我是说，请您慢慢的。
At your own pace. Okay, I like her, although she feels very Von Karma-esque, but even more wild, I think.
这个案子很简单，开庭陈述不过是些形式，起诉书上写的明明白白，不说也罢。
是。
Okay, but I still don't know what the indictment
至于
is.
案情说明，还是交给查案的刑警比较有效率。
People are calling me at that time. The detective in charge.
姓施
Okay.
的，出来。
The detective in charge of this case, Cyrus Park, I'm serious. I transitioned from military doctor to the criminal investigation department. Are you like literally Watson? My experience is often beneficial in cases within the department and often referred to as the rising star. I'm serious. If you keep rambling, I'll punch your head into the wall. She's a bit violent though. I'll wear armor to court. Your armor will be punched through by Sis' fist. I'll explain the case now. Okay. Elio Giordano, an Italian businessman, he worked for a major pharmaceutical company as per the investigation. Interesting. The crime occurred in Nightfall Valley. Defendant Wolfgang Collifield, a sophomore student at Public University, was traveling in the vicinity during the incident. A college student killed an Italian in the distant valley. It does sound strange, so I conducted a thorough investigation. I'm serious. Let's do the... Yeah, testify about the case investigation and reasons for arrest. Also, we are going immediately into it. Into the testimony. Well, maybe we can do one. The incident occurred in the early hours of August 20th, and the victim, Elio Giordano, fell off a cliff and died. The victim's watch was broken during the fall, so the estimate time of the death is 1:37. I'm serious. We don't have the picture of the crime scene. 1:37, which means that if you... But if it's a fall, there's something about the 10-hour length to go from the top to the bottom of the valley. But I just don't know how we can fit that for now. Okay, so 1:37 a.m. Okay. A military dagger and a broken pair of sunglasses were found at the scene of death. Signs of struggle were discovered on the ground of the cliff and on the victim's clothing. It must be a homicide, I'm serious. Signs of struggle were discovered on the ground of the cliff. Not compatible with being pushed, right? Because if you were pushed, it should have been like an instant death. Wait. No, wait. The defendant, Wolfgang Flower, is the murderer. That's all, I'm serious. At least Puppy Boy is aware that he's not the embodiment of exuding confidence and seriousness. Somewhat. It sounds like the victim died was struggling with someone on the cliff. The victim was really careless. Struggled with someone on the cliff. It's a bit weird the way they worded it. I don't know if it's translation or anything, but didn't they say like sign of struggle at the bottom of the cliff? I'm still confused. Is there any contradiction in Detective Sparks' testimony? I mean, we are just pressing, right? Let's just press. The incident occurred, okay, well, I mean, we can press, but...
Wait a sec.
Wait a sec. Are you sure that the victim died from falling and not from other cause? I think I prefer... the Chinese voice. Top or bottom? Open-minded is all. Don't underestimate. I'm not the forgetful detective who neglects evidence or skip codes, washing all year. I mean, you have skipped the black cloth, but in a world, the autopsy record indicates that the cause of death was a broken neck. Okay, the cause of death was a broken neck. It's weird that we don't have like the autopsy report, but a slight skull fracture and upper body abrasions with gravel suggest death from a fall. I'm serious. Okay, not too shabby. Yeah, I don't think there's much to say about this. Like, it really looks like it's a fall. That's a terrifying way to die. Falling? Probably. It is possible that he was killed in some other way and then pushed off the cliff. No, there's no possibility of that. Certainly, definitely, and absolutely none. Please trust the forensic. If you don't believe the forensic, I love desk slamming. If you don't believe the forensic results, you can go to verify yourself. Okay. It seems the cause of death is very clear and uncontroversial in this case. I do agree. The victim's watch was broken during the fall. That's something we are not sure. Broken neck bone in our inventory. We are not sure. It was broken because of an impact, but it doesn't really have to be the fall. It can be during the struggle also. Desk slamming is very attractive, at least in courtroom games.
等等，
According to the autopsy record, does the time on the watch match the time of death? The autopsy record shows the time of death was between 1 AM and 3 AM, which aligns with the time watch. Again, yes, but it can be something a bit different also. It is possible that the murderer or someone else manipulating the watch to fake a false time of death. I knew you would say that. Listen carefully, Mr. Drake. There's only the victim fingerprints on the watch, and there is no recent touch at the knob, which proves the watch hasn't been manipulated recently. Secondly, the victim's body was located beneath a steep cliff, and it would take several hours to get down from the top. Who would be such an idiot to go all the way down just to set the clock? +2, +2. I mean, it could be also, I don't know. I have ideas, but I'm not sure. More worked up than usual today. She hates me. She seems to be more worked up than usual today. How much does she hate you? This is so unfortunate. In a word, this piece of evidence can basically prove the time of the incident. Again, I don't agree entirely, but let's go with it for now, because it makes sense. I think there are other possibilities, but yeah. Falling to death for hours seems unnecessary. Probably.
等等，
Is there anything strange about the two things found at the crime scene? There's something. This dagger only collected the palm prints of the victim's left hand. So he is left-handed. So the victim... dominant hand was his left hand. She's cooking us. As for the sunglasses, they were already broken and no fingerprints were found. And no fingerprints were found. Seems to be some sort of electronic component on the frame. But what exactly is its function? Aren't you the detective? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking myself, I'm serious. The electronic component is severely damaged. The police are analyzing its function, but results won't be ready today. Okay, that's for tomorrow's trial. Huh. Does she already know? Not directly related to the case. Unfortunately true. We need to agree with the judge. Huh.
等等，
The victim's clothing, what kind of marks are there specifically? The witness was just about to say... Okay, so that's like literally the same joke in Ace Attorney 1, I think. I found this is evidence, so this is the thing that we want, but...
等等，
What am I about to say leaves the murderer defendant with nowhere to hide? I'm serious. Okay, so what's your damning evidence? We found the defendant's fingerprint and a shoe print on the victim's clothing. A shoe print? We are cooked. We are literally cooked. Torn marks on the collar of the victim's shirt with clear fingerprints of the defendant. More decisively, on the buttocks of the victim's pants, we found a shoe print of Wolfgang Kohlefield. On the buttocks, literally walking on him while he's dead. The sole of the shoe print on the victim's pants matches that of the crime scene. This is problematic, no? The above evidence clearly proves that the defendant kicked the victim at the crime scene. I'm serious. This is wrong. Because we know that the soil composition is unique to the cliff, to the bottom of the cliff. So it means that both of them were already at the bottom of the cliff at that point in time. Kicked from the bottom of the cliff, from the top of the cliff or bottom? Kick upward. Okay. This is weird. Because we know we have that, right? The soil. It's similar to that of the cliff. Oh, wait. This is a problem of translation. Information about the soil of Lemon Village. It is similar to that of the cliff, but what do we mean by the cliff? Like at the bottom of the cliff or the top of the cliff? I think it's our only path forward. For me, there's a problem of like... What is he saying? The soil on the shoe print found on the victim's pants matches the scene, confirming the defendant kicked him. Oh yeah, no, okay, I understand. So when he says the scene, that's like at the top, right? And we can argue that no, actually it could have been done from the bottom. So you don't, yeah, but it doesn't make sense because if he's at the bottom, then he wouldn't have the time to go back. I mean, he's a backpacker. Probably he went very fast. This is also possible. I don't think we should like hesitate too much in here. Just send it.
反对。
Most people would lean towards Cliff being atop. Probably. Detective Spark, you just mentioned that the defendant Wolfgang Colleyfield kicked the victim at the cliff, right? And then the victim tragically fell off the cliff. Unfortunately, Detective, you seem to miss some important information. Based on our findings, the soil around the Nightfall Valley cliff is completely identical to that within Lemon Village. Okay, so it's slightly different. He's arguing that this trace could have been like, could have happened at shoe print at any point in the day. She's very silent. Shoe print soil on victim's pants matches crime scene soil, which means that it is also the same as the soil in Lemon Village. The defendant might have kicked the victim, but where exactly did he kick him? Crazy theme. Crazy jazzy objection theme. Even if the defendant has never been to the cliff, kicking him within the village would leave the same shoe print. Your so-called decisive evidence doesn't seem so decisive now. I mean, this is kind of like a bullshit... Yeah, she's good. It's like... You're great at fooling people. That's kind of like what I'm saying right here. It's like... We are trying to literally squeeze out of the problem, but we are not really resolving like the question. If we cannot prove why, or like have a reason of why he kicked him in the village, then our objection is kind of like void. You said the defendant has never been to the cliff. Where's the evidence? Do you have evidence that he was... Oh, yeah. I like her expression, though. Oh, she has immediately some evidence. No way. Summoning the next weakness to crush the defense testimony. I just want to continue playing right now. I'm involved in this case. I'm curious to see how far you can struggle with your little tricks. The first discoverer of the body. The unfortunate otaku in the village. Alter Lemon. His otaku nature is evident, but why exactly is unfortunate? People dragged into court by sis to testify are probably all unfortunate. I see the vision. My name is Alter Lemon. Occupation? Hikikomori. Get to the point. Oh, I love her. I love her coldness. I usually handle setting up and fixing electronic devices. Professional gamer. He's just like me. If we weren't in trial, I really want to give your sister a thumbs up. wasted quite a bit of my time. You were the first to discover the body, weren't you? Not the only one, but yeah. Do you believe that the murderer in this case could be only the defendant? It's not that simple. I reached that conclusion through process of elimination. Yes or no? She's cooking so hard. Okay. Dr. Vincent and I went out to gather herbs on the morning of the 20th and reached the cliff. Accidentally discovered the body below the cliff, so Dr. Vincent called the police. Heard the incident happened at midnight, so that young man is probably the only one who could have committed the crime. Or because it's in the night, right? The rule, and no one would go out at night. How do you know that no one would? For some reason, this village has a special curfew rule. All villagers are prohibited from going out after 6, 9, 8 the next morning. Nights in the mountains can be dangerous. Not going out is a wise choice. Young people who haven't been to the countryside may not understand this. +2. The judge suddenly showed an expression of wisdom in old age. Okay, interesting. I don't see like maybe midnight. Why are you so certain? I remember you said yesterday that you didn't even know the defendant. But after the elimination process, he's the only one left to be the murderer. Are you going to turn a blind eye? Oh my god, she's cooking. Huh. He's just gaming. What a guy. Hiding snacks in the assistant's desk drawer, you have no right to say that. +2. After all, our village has the rule and no one would go out at night. I mean, among the villagers, but we don't know about like... No, but... By your rule, you mean the curfew, right? Yes, it's clearly written on the notice board at the village entrance. How binding is this curfew? Do people often violate it and go out at night? No one wants to be eaten by the night demon. Besides, the last time someone violated the curfew was 10 years ago. It almost left me with childhood trauma. I think it would actually, leave you with childhood trauma. If you keep making baseless speculations like this, I might give you childhood trauma too. She's crazy. She's crazy, but my lawyer really needs me to stay quiet. But I remember outsiders don't have to follow the curfew, right? If everyone had stayed in the village, this incident wouldn't have happened. The binding force of this curfew doesn't seem as strong as expected. No, obviously we want to press on that. Since this curfew applies to the entire village, does it mean that no one is actually supervising its enforcement? That's true in a way. Such a good expression. Is she thinking about the camera? Since the defense insists on handing for its doom, I might as well give him a favor. Self-proclaimed tech geek. Use the technology you're so proud of to shut Mr. Drake up forever. So yeah, this is the camera moment. It's a bit unfair to the defendant. But I have evidence to prove that he's the murderer. It's a fancy, schmancy piece of evidence, of decisive evidence. If you need evidence, I have a night camera set up at the village entrance. Check it out. Press. So the camera only turns on automatically at night. That's my proud masterpiece. Specifically, the camera operates during the curfew, which means that the police have it already investigated and there's no way to enter or exit the village gate without being recorded by the camera. So this is kind of a locked room. On the day of the incident, the camera was functioning properly, with no sign of being covered, tampered with, or damaged, which means that the footage from the camera will be the most decisive evidence. Weave your own cocoon. I think we're cooked. Okay, at 6. It looks like the camera covers the entire village gate, but it seems no one passed by at that time. Showing this image is to inform the court that there is no way to bypass the camera at the village entrance. Given its range, unless someone has supernatural abilities, anyone entering or leaving the village gate at night would be captured by this camera. You still have a chance to abandon Mr. Drake and join my side. Until a short time before the incident, there was absolutely no one passing by. But then fast forward to 1:12. Yeah, he's Italian. Look, this is the image of the dead blonde girl walking out the village gate. Pretty impressive, huh? It does look like Mr. Giordano. Poor man, still unaware of the impending death. It would be very dark around 1 AM. How could the camera capture such a clear footage? This is my proud super weapon. The camera is equipped with a mysterious ray-assisted probe. What are you talking about? Even in the dark, it can use the principles of mysterious imaging to make the footage very clear. Okay, so kind of like, you know, sci-fi aspect to justify, okay. With this shooting angle, is it possible that someone else disguised as the victim? She's cooking us. Then please listen carefully. The victim was an Italian and the clothes he was wearing are all foreign luxury brands. Where can you find the same style of clothing in such a remote village? I mean, yeah, this is cooked. I better not suggest that it's possible to dye hair or wear a wig. Baseless speculations would be like digging my own grave. It seems that the victim did walk out of the village gate at 1:12 in the midnight, and there's no room for doubt about that. But then after a short period of time, let's see who appeared. Oh wait, this sucks. This sucks a lot. Oh my god. Literally, oh my god. Didn't expect you to be so surprised. Did you fail to find out the defendant was at the scene at the time of the murder? I mean, he was not necessarily at the scene, but this is pretty damning. How does it feel to be betrayed by the person you trust the most? If we do agree that the fall was at like 1:37, what happened in like those 10 minutes? Well, he's a bit crazy. That guy never trusted me at all. He never told us the truth from the beginning. At 1:26, our defendant walked out the village gate. Maybe he was already filled with murderous intent. Please refrain from making subjective speculations. Whether it's subjective or not, let the evidence speak for itself. Continue, witness. He came back? He came back like basically half an hour later. Wait, but why was he exhausted? We are cooked. I mean, Okay, this is the night of the murder. This is not like footage that could have been replaced. As stated, early in the morning, the victim Elio Giordano walked out of the village, and shortly after, the defendant also exited. After some time, the defendant returned to the village. Apart from these moments, no one entered or left the village at night. So, Your Honor, let the priceless guessing game begin. Can you tell us where the victim and the defendant went during this period and what they did? Since no one else left the village and the victim ended up dead beneath the cliff, it's obvious that the victim and the defendant must have gone to the cliff. And then the defendant killed the victim, right? She literally like tricked the judge. I don't see any cracks in here. I came back to what now? We are cooked. We are literally cooked. It's literally the end of the case. I don't understand. I don't see... Is there something here? It's the same backpack, right? He's literally wearing the same things. I don't see a way forward. Composing. I believe that even if I were to announce a verdict now, there wouldn't be any objection. I mean, we need to object, but... Since Luna is here watching, bit risky, there's only one way to counterattack. Let the Ray sisters see the defense style passed down through generation in the Drake and Thomas office.
反对。
Prosecutor Stella seems to be in a hurry for the verdict today. Okay, so we are basically doing like the Phoenix Wright thing of bullshitting our way through. What are you talking about? Oh no, we are getting serious now. It seems something crucial has been overlooked before you strike the gap. What? What am I missing? Through a series of testimony and evidence has only shown the possibility of the defendant killing. I mean, to be fair, yes. But is there any other possibility? Is that really the case? The reason you think so is because there's a crucial figure whose testimony we overlooked. Since that guy is keeping silent with us in the detention center, if we want him to spill the beans, there's only one place to go. Yeah, okay, no, it's just like, let's interrogate Icy. Does the defense have objection still? Always have like one objection, you know, in your backpack. But I'm ready to announce the verdict. Oh, she's playing with us. Isn't this interesting, Your Honor? The prosecution withdrew the request for a verdict. The defense is allowed to question the defendant in court. However, I want to make it clear. No matter what tricks you try, Mr. Drake, it's all in vain. I for one don't care about the outcome of the case. I came here today just to have a fair and square battle with you. And then to prove to some stubborn girl who is on the right path. Fighting for like the cute little sister. You could say that, but not entirely. I think Prosecutor Stella is also looking forward to an exhilarating fight. Even though it is troublesome, it is time to start the counterattack. Prosecution, prepare to summon the defendant. Maybe we can finish like the... It will be like kind of a long stream, but maybe we can finish like the first trial. More desk slam. I love desk slam. This young man seems unwilling to talk. You want me to testify, want to force me to plead guilty? Only insane lawyer would do such a thing. But my attitude is the same as yesterday, completely the same. As a lone wolf, accepting help from others is not my style, especially from a baffling man like you. Okay. Okay. She's so cute. Why do you look so relaxed? Well, obviously, you have it all figured out, don't you? We have nothing. We have literally nothing. Honestly, I didn't realize you weren't giving it your all from the beginning. You've got a plan, haven't you? I wish I have. Unfortunately, I cannot predict what will happen when questioning the defendant. You better worry about me for a bit. Alright, it's about time. Let's go. After all, our agency's philosophy is to only trust people and things that are worthy of trust. So very similar to Ace Attorney, to be fair. Wolf need a leech. +2. In this world full of chaos and illusion, the truth is exactly derived through suspicion. Absolutely right. Only trust people if you have doubted them and you can like vouch for their character. Okay. Court will now continue with the trial of Mr. Wolfgang Caulfield. In the recent siege session, the defense requested the defendant to testify personally. Now, the defendant may take the stand. Order. Why is the defendant allowed to bring such a thing in court? Let me explain. Our defendant here says the backpack is more important than his life. He hasn't carried it for too long since yesterday, and his shoulders need it, he said, or something like that. Just for that reason, then I threw about like 40 punches on his chest. After that I say, even if you hit me 100 times, it won't stop me from getting my backpack back. I, at least, respect the devotion, but... I thought Sis could punch through a wall with mere four punches, but he's fine after more than 40 punches. Is he made of steel? Only trust people if you have doubted them. Defense attorney Miyapi. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's like just human relationships. No, you don't trust people blindly. You have to, check the characters. If the defendant is acquitted in this case, should we consider hiring him as a security guard? In a peculiar way. Stop talking about irrelevant things. Let's proceed with the established procedure now. Defendant, state your name and occupation. Wolfgang Caulfield, sophomore majoring in finance. Wolfgang is in finance. No surprise there. Your lawyer requested you to testify. Do you see the previous trial? Did you see the previous trial? Say what you want to say quickly while you can. Okay. Let's think. I've been feeling strange since earlier. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. It was my first time in the Lemon Village. I didn't know the victim or any of the villagers before I arrived. Although I have seen that deceased foreigner once, I have never had any further interaction with him. I mean, we know it's wrong because of the the fingerprints and the shoe print. Why would I kill a total stranger? It is ridiculous. He's a party animal. +2. I mean, okay, absolutely, like everyone knows he's bullshitting. This kind of childish confession won't work in the courtroom. His brain, although the defendant's body is made of steel, his brain seems to be a mess. Head empty, no thoughts. This meaningless self-defense has no value in questioning. The defendant is heading for his doom. Mr. Drake just finished the questioning quickly. I mean, yes, okay. We can cook him immediately. No interaction. Send this.
反对。
Mr. Colleyfield, I do not think you have a full understanding of your situation. You never had a deep interaction with a victim. Then how do you explain the fingerprints on the collar of his shirt and the shoe print on his trousers that belong to you? Oh, these traces wouldn't be left behind without further interactions. He's just aura farming now. Chief, he's trying to pretend to be one to get through this. If you refuse to say it, I will do for you. For an unknown reason, you had a confrontation with the victim. Then you grabbed his collar and kicked him in the butt. Is that right? If my memory serves me right, you're my defensive attorney, aren't you? I am, and so what? Then you should be on my side. Why do you doubt what I say? I am in the side of truth. I'm sorry, trust is mutual. +2. Without entrusting me with your life, how can I believe you? Is this really okay? It seems like the other side is in turmoil. That saves me much trouble. In that I should have gone solo. That is really meddling. Lawyers are of no help at all. In that case, I will say a few more words. Is there any flaw in the prosecution? I may have to search more carefully in the upcoming testimonies. Only trust myself. This is not based. This is not based. I think it's like wisdom is to know that you risk something by trusting other people. But it's because you're taking a risk that it is meaningful and that relationships are worth living and worth having. You better talk about your actions on the night of the incident and stop talking about irrelevant things. Just handle it yourself. Okay. To be honest, the evidence is irrefutable enough. I don't think there will be any breakthrough in questioning the defendant. Since both sides insist, let the defendant continue testifying. What is he cooking? I did grab his collar and kick him, that's right. But all of this happened after dinner, not midnight. I just knocked him down on the bed. He couldn't have died just from that, right? On the night of the incident, I didn't leave the house and had no idea what happened on the cliff. Why are you lying? Why are you lying like this? In conclusion, how could I be the murderer? That's it. Why are you lying? I agree, but I am really curious if Mr. Drake has any trick left. How can I look with my ears? Interesting. The loopholes of the prosecution is about to be torn apart. I mean, I've learned through playing roguelikes, risk is fun, +2. But it's risk is fun, not, fun, but like necessary in life. If you stay like, the only way to stay safe is to stay like in a very closed environment. So it means that you're not growing anymore. If you cannot like experience risk and again uncomfortable like feelings, resistance, then you cannot grow as a person.
反对。
Well, our lone wolf, have you had enough fun yet? You didn't leave your room? Then what was it captured on the camera? A ghost? Young man, at this point do you still think your lousy lies can help you escape conviction? You left the village gate at 1:26 on the night of the incident and returned at 2:18. This is already an ironclad fact. Ooh, what an eerie and strange scream. From what I know, wolves are highly social animals. You, a lone wolf cub, won't survive in such a harsh environment. Damn, cooked. I will remember this when you will get annoyed at me for greeting one GCD. The risk is not dying, the risk is Miyabi being unhappy with you. I suggest you come clean. On the night of the incident, where did you go? What did you do? It's only great if you wipe. I mean, let's not talk about our, knockback mechanic. Right now, you're like a wolf cub trapped in a snare. If you keep not trusting others and not accepting help, you will only freeze and starve to death in the courtroom. Can I really trust you? Brilliant. Now he has turned into a collie. You have no choice for now. I still don't think you can help me. After all, I have done so many suspicious things. Well. Dealing with a client who doesn't communicate until the courtroom is I'm truly a miserable lawyer. On that night, the reason I left the village was to admire the moon. Sounds like even more suspicious, but we know about that because it's like what Annie told us. From August, in the night, there was a rare supermoon. Isn't like a supermoon what you called like a moon that is like... No, you can... Oh yeah, it's just a big moon is a supermoon, okay, yeah. To admire this phenomenon, I surveyed the nearby terrain on the afternoon the day before. Near the Lemon village, the cliff is the only and best unobstructed viewing spot. Supermoon. What is that? Oh chief, you're so outdated. You had a supermoon not too long ago, right? Maybe last year, I can't remember. You said it's trivia, why should I know it then? For someone without knowledge of astronomy, it's complicated to explain. To put it simply, on this night the moon reaches its closest point in its orbit around the Earth. When observed from the Earth, the moon appears exceptionally large and bright. Although this lady doesn't seem reliable... What do you mean? She seems reliable. She knows quite a lot. Having a mental picture of benediction and rescue timers as well as accounting for the healer's field speed, so to know that they can weave an OGCD and is the only way to play melee. I'm not using rescue. I'm not a rescue player. Like you're in the wrong spot, it's not my problem anymore. Because if I rescue you, you will never learn. Had Sirius compile a weather report. The moon was indeed big and round that night, and there's no doubt about it. According to my calculation, around 2 AM was the best time for the moon position. So I set my alarm for like 1:15, and around 1:30 I left the village gate. The moon was bright and Nightfall Valley's night view was stunning, which caused me to be slightly delayed. Then when did you arrive at the cliff specifically? About 1:50, which is basically after he fell, right? Sometimes learning has to be uncomfortable. Not for me, I mean, I don't have to learn, it's like for you. Like I have the mechanic down for now, so I'm just like babysitting like my party until the knockback is clean. But in that case, if the time of death indicated by the victim's watch is correct, Wolfgang Collifield arrived at the cliff right after the crime. Exactly. Besides admiring the moon on the cliff, did you notice anything strange? I did glance down. Did you see? It was pitch black. Even the moonlight was blocked by the cliff. I couldn't see anything. Okay. On your way from leaving the village to returning, did you encounter anyone? I don't think so. It was so late, even a mosquito flying by would have been noticed. So you're saying that during your midnight trip out of the village, you never saw the victim at all. Is that correct? Of course. How could such a vulgar venture out at midnight to embrace the grandeur of nature? Wait. In that case, you didn't literally interrupted by the objection. She has such a nice theme, by the way. In fairness, I'm pretty clean on that mech. To be fair, yes, you're not the one struggling with it. Player housing in Ralga's reach when? She has such a crazy theme. All your questions just boil down to having the defendant replace old lies with new ones. Meaning the defendant's words have no basis. If one gets exonerated simply by saying I didn't encounter the victim, then there would be no need for a court. They're kind of cooking, to be fair. Like the judge and the prosecution is kind of cooking. I really enjoy the way they are saying that, oh, you know, Ace Attorney's method is for Phoenix Wright to bullshit his way through the entire case. And here, like, and it works in Ace Attorney because the judge is kind of dumb. But the judge is quite wise in this game, and the prosecution is relentless. Not as relentless as what we saw in like other games like, you know, Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney, but I really enjoy what they are doing. With a meta discourse on like, you know, truth. Allow me to clarify the prosecution's stance on the defendant's testimony. It is utter nonsense and holds no credibility. So she has evidence for that. The prosecution chain of evidence remains unbreakable. The camera captured the victim and the defendant leaving the village one after another. Then the defendant returned back. The time on... I mean, she doesn't need evidence, to be fair. Her theory still holds. The time for the victim's death coincides with the absence of an alibi for the defendant. The victim's clothing has traces of a struggle with the defendant. The military dagger found at the scene suggests the victim saw the defendant's intent to kill and drew the knife in self-defense. Unfortunately, the defendant's steel-like body was completely immune to the attack of the dagger. I mean, that's not human body, just say he wasn't stabbed. In the end, a tragedy unfolds. Now the question remains whether it constitutes premeditated murder and how to sentence. The prosecution plans to discuss this matter after the court has established that the victim was killed by the defendant. The judge is fake and dumb. Gavel is nothing compared to the Gavel in fourth person. I mean, I think nobody would survive that. Like +2, but like, yeah, I mean, there's no comparison. The above is the prosecution perfect certification. Okay, is there a problem? Do we have anything in here that is kind of like going against what they're saying? Because, I mean, this can work like as a proof of a struggle at the crime scene, so not too much I can do about that. Here, yeah, pretty straightforward. I still don't think that you were the one to receive like the note, but why did you like unsheath your dagger is the question. No fingerprints on either of the frame or the fragments. Wait. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Here is the contradiction. There's something wrong going on in here. Let me cook. He left that way. The music is very good. He left that way, went to the cliff, fell to the cliff for some reason. The sunglasses were planted exactly because there is no fingerprints on the sunglasses. Without the testimony from the defendant, it is impossible to refute your seemingly flawless chain of evidence. Indeed, it is your specialty, bluffing. Can you provide evidence to prove that the defendant didn't encounter the victim at the cliff? It is true we can no longer prove when exactly the defendant had a confrontation with the victim. However, when we consider the defendant testimony, it raises new possibilities about the truth of the crime scene. My deductions are flawless. There is no room for any unexplainable aspects. Mr. Drake, to better surrender now and save yourself from embarrassing in front of the younger generation. Is incredibly tight and with hardly any room for questioning, but it is far from flawless. For example, that thing at the crime scene, it was clearly left behind at the crime scene and it doesn't appear in any of the prosecution's footage. Absolute cinema. Please explain. For example,
看这个，
what is this? A pair of broken sunglasses. I still am nonsense. It was found at the scene of the victim's death. Since the prosecution claims the detection is perfect, you must be able to explain the origin of them, right? I thought you had something significant to say. The sunglasses have an advanced component on them. Though I don't know its function, it is unlikely from the defendant, a common college student. So apparently it belongs to the victim. For a unknown reason, the victim left the village in sunglasses. Then the defendant kicked him off cliff. That's it. I've been waiting for this. It seems we both agree these sunglasses are not the defendant's belongings. But did the victim really walk out of the village wearing these sunglasses? Unfortunately, your inference contradicts this piece of evidence.
看这个，
Your Honor, Prosecutor Ray, please take a good look. Was the victim wearing sunglasses when he left the village? If you cannot explain the origin of these sunglasses clearly, the case cannot be concluded so hastily. If you cannot explain the origin of these sunglasses clearly, this is the same thing. I knew you would seize on these trivial details. It perfectly fits my image of a defense attorney. I don't think these are trivial details. In a courtroom, a small detail can often tear open a fatal crack in a grand testimony. I must launch a series of attacks to turn the tide on the courtroom, but Prosecutor Ray is already in a fighting posture. I must find a weakness in her counterattacks. Okay, we are at this point. They sure? But we'll have like a slight problem because I think it's the same problem as, okay, let me, I remember that there's something we need to do with the game to be able to play it. So there's an autosave, but anyway, we'll pass through the dialogues like we did last time. Let me change the region of my computer. Region, set regional format, and I need to put you in English, right? United Kingdom, I think. Or do I need to put you in Japan? I don't know, I can't remember. Okay, so now we are like you're in England right now. I am in England now. Just trust. I should be able to teleport just by changing my computer's region. I think. This is my opinion. Okay. It's loading. So we'll probably have to redo like a few things. Autosave. I guess the autosave is like closer. Yeah, okay. Your inference contradicts this piece of evidence. Is this like the camera moment?
看这个，
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
雷姐，这个墨镜的来历。
The origin of these sunglasses is crucial. It could significantly affect your core presentations. PC's region. Ah, yeah. Being able to teleport by changing a PC's region, if only.
哦，口气不小啊！如果你觉得自己有能耐击碎减负的例证，就来试试吧。死者是从悬崖上坠落身亡。
Fall to his death from a cliff. A pair of sunglasses can't directly cause a case. Not even directly. Oh, it's like not caused. Yeah. You have no evidence to show it's not related. It was meant. That the existence of these sunglasses can reduce the suspicion on the defendant. She's right. At the very least, even if there's something unusual about them, there's no trace on the surface. I mean, not wrong. With no trace itself won't affect the case. Do I need to refute on this one? Like... This is just true, right? Can't directly impact the case, not even indirectly. She's saying the same thing in 1 and 4. You have no evidence. This is true, like it's unbreakable, this particular passage. If there's something unusual about them, there's no traces on the surface, meaning no fingerprints. True. I need to come with like an idea. No, we know that it will affect the case because there's no fingerprints, meaning that you had to have like a third person on the crime scene. The most without any trace at the crime scene. Like, if these sunglasses belong to the victim, how is it possible that there are no fingerprints left behind? Impossible because we have an element that goes in our direction. No gloves, and there were fingerprints on the dagger. Then his fingerprints must be present on the frame. Very good moment. Okay, the momentum is with us. It doesn't clear the suspect about suspicions. No, but we can present another possibility, I think. He might not wear it at all. Hidden in the victim pocket. It doesn't really make sense, right? The function of the electronic component embedded is still unclear. You can't determine its relevance to the case. It's not about like impossible because Italian defendedness. Furthermore, there's a slight possibility that it belongs to the defendant. I mean, this is stretching it, but the defendant parents are both soldiers. It is possible for him to acquire such an item. Weird. I don't think you can press on 3 and 4. So for me, it's like pressing on 1 because you would like hidden in the pocket. But then why would it fall from like the pocket? It doesn't make sense. For me, like first doesn't make sense. No. It's... This is bad. No, because they... Well, I mean... How we...
看看这张照片吧，死者
Yeah, exactly,
从如此高的
like...
落差坠落，衣服却完全没有崩开的迹象。
Just by like the scene of the crime, this is not possible. His clothes were very sturdy. Had sunglasses been in the pocket, they would have been crushed in a fall, but they wouldn't have been in a place so far away. Completely agree.
就算如此，墨镜也有可能是在他坠落的瞬间从衣服中滑落，
His clothes during the fall, impossible, I think.
然后被死者身体接触地面时的气流吹走。
It is beginning to be
如
unreasonable
果是那
here.
样的话，那墨镜受到的伤害就十分有限了，根本不可能碎成这样。
I mean, I still think that if you throw your like sunglasses from the third or fourth balcony, they would crush like that, you know, shatter like that. What do you think about the sunglasses? The conclusion is quite obvious. Our side believes that these sunglasses found at the crime scene came from a third party present at the scene, of course. This is our only path out of this trial. But this possibility definitely exists. Watch closely, prosecutor
看
and
这
Luna.
个，
Okay, text is overlapping a little bit. What? It's not dubbed at all? Weird. Okay. It's pretty straightforward, like it feels like a tutorial case, to be honest. Although I do remember that the first trial of Ace Attorney 1 Case 2 was also very, very straightforward. Splendid. There's still another person at the scene. Oh, are you serious, defense? I mean, we have like something, right? We can just, I think, push our way through by presenting this and be like, oh, this comes probably from a third person. Whether, you know, it's true or not, it casts reasonable doubts to at least like delay the sentencing and go to another round of investigation. If the sunglasses don't belong to the defendant or the victim, they must have been left by another person at the scene. The real culprit who killed Elio Giordano.
一派胡言！
Are you kidding? Just based on a broken pair of sunglasses with an unknown purpose, you can't prove that someone else was present. You're right, but what if there are more pieces of evidence pointing to that possibility? What? That's right, it's time now. The unclear item I found on the cliff yesterday. It is the best time to present it. They are holding hands a little bit too much, I think, in this case. I do understand why, but like I think the case is kind of straightforward by itself, that you don't need like that amount of hand holding. We are like solving it before they give us hints, but still, I mean, for me, in this like trial, the only like slightly not difficult but a bit more difficult like thing to understand or just like be aware of is like, okay, broken sunglasses and no fingerprints. But like the rest of like the case is very straightforward, and I think like, especially because this is kind of like the final evidence, you should let the player probably like, you know, find the answer themselves, because it's very like easy and it's also like very satisfying to come to the solution without any hints. Although we are like having a good time, like I also enjoy the fact that I'm able to solve things slightly before like the game is telling us what to do. The defense will now submit another piece of evidence to reveal the possibility of a third party at the crime scene.
看这个，
What is this? You missed that during your investigation. This piece of clothes hanging in the dark corner of the cliff wasn't discovered by the police. How come I didn't know about this? But so what? It's just fragments of the victims or the defendant's clothing.
反对。
Please remain calm and refrain from jumping to conclusion too early. Let's take another look at the photos captured by the camera. The victim was wearing a white suit, while the defendant, Wolfgang Kohlefield, was wearing a green coat and blue pants when he left the village. Both the color and the material do not match, and there are no noticeable damages on their clothing. In other words, this piece of cloth does not belong to either of them. The cliff at the crime scene is exposed to wind and sun throughout the year. However, this cloth strip only has a thin layer of dew and dust on it. It could only have been there recently, most likely on the day of the murder. If I'm not mistaken, this was this third person who appeared at the scene. They left behind a black cloth and a sunglass. These two pieces of evidence determine the prosecution's argument that the defendant is the only possible murderer. How could such crucial evidence be overlooked? Cyrus, are you blind like a bat? +2. I must admit that the defense claims are reasonable. This court must acknowledge the possibility of a third party aside from the defendant and the victim being present at the scene. I mean, the third party is always a very, easy way to end like a first case, like the first trial. I'm kind of waiting for the twist, because we don't have a lot of elements to go through, but I think it's the same thing as Turnabout Sisters is not the hardest case, but I think the setup is crazy. The setup is very interesting. And I wonder if this game will have a interesting twist for the second part. I'm guessing that there's only 2 parts. It feels too short right now to have 3 trial sessions. Based on the evidence currently available to both sides, it is impossible to either prove or refute it. What function does this broken pair of sunglasses possess? To whom does this piece of clothes belong? These questions need to be answered by both the defendant and prosecution. Today's trial must come to an end. I look forward to further investigations from both sides. I really like the judge. Now I declare today's session adjourned. Thank you. And we finished. It was a short trial, to be honest. It was only 1 hour long. Mostly because I tried to read a little bit faster, but yeah. Trial go. I did not see the YouTube chat because it's slightly less. I'm not used to check the YouTube chat too much, but yeah. The trial is going good. The trial went fine, and I hope that you two are doing all right. You're kind of coming at the end of the stream. To be honest, we won't continue much longer. I mean, just this discussion, and then we'll save and stop for today. Stellar Ray is incredible, as they say. The entire first half session was so intense that I couldn't catch my breath. Fortunately, that little wolf woke up just in time. But if we continue like this, tomorrow will be... Excellent, Chief. Luna, it's you. Today's Chief was quite dashing. You held your own in the face-off with Sis without missing a beat. While not getting slammed into the wall by your sister is already a relief. Missing out on Sis' long-awaiting punch is a bit disappointing. Are you cursing me? I'm just kidding. If you are punched into the wall, nobody's going to pay him a salary. So my only value is to pay your salary. I mean, part of it. By the way, this case has been dragged to the second day, so what should we do today? We got a lot of new information in court just now. There's a lot we should investigate in Lemon Village. I see. Do you need my help? Then tell me what you gain sitting in the assistant seat. Okay, we can just talk to her and then save. You weren't at the scene yesterday, but you listened to the entire trial just now. Yeah, most of the time you were overshadowed by Sis' imposing presence. I mean, you really had to bring that up, didn't you? Don't you have any other thoughts? Oh, of course I do. I was just joking. The most crucial discovery today was the proof that a third party's possible presence at the crime scene, right? This means that the wolf cur isn't the only suspect anymore. Well, exactly, he's a bit impulsive, but he doesn't have the personality to be a killer. Yes, and he could confront Fizz head on, which indicates that he is definitely not a bad guy. Even though he fancies himself as a wolf, deep down he's probably as gentle as his name suggests, a collie, don't you think? I mean, don't say that in front of him. Is there anything you notice about the current case? Are you testing me, Chief? The most noteworthy thing is probably the real culprit, right? What do you mean? Well, if Mr. Colleyfield isn't the one who pushed the Italian off the cliff, then the culprit must be among the villagers. After all, this place is small and remote, and it is basically unlikely for any outsider to commit the crime, right? If the killer is indeed a villager, our investigation is going to get complicated. Why is that? If we can narrow down the suspect, it is a good thing, isn't it? Not necessarily, because the village is so secluded and the villagers have little contact with outsiders. They would become very close and it would be difficult for them to do anything that harms each other. So you mean they would cover for each other? I'm afraid so. Cases like this are common in news in recent years. To be honest, I think like it would be easy like to suspect the Dr. Vincent. I do not think that he's the culprit. Maybe we need to talk to the elder, to be honest, to have like a better idea. The entire village shares everything, good or bad, and this determination might even override a law. This does seem like that indeed, which is a very common trope in you know, Seiichi Yokomitsu and so on. And the clues we have now are not enough to point to anyone. Well, we have to go to that village again later. You're really getting old, Chief. Conquering mountains and crossing hills are what young people do. Leave that to me. It's so nice to be young. Is she heading to the village? So after being fully prepared, I'm about to hit the road. I've decided in order to let Mr. Colleyfield bask in the sun again, I'll go with you investigate. So we have her as our assistant today. Lawyers' words should be solid and sound once spoken. Since I've said that, just take me with you. Where did you pick up all those strange ideas? But should I take her for today's investigation? It's something to think about. I mean, there's literally like no reason why you shouldn't take her on the field. Sightseeing. By the way, what happened to that black cloth presented in court today? The relevant investigation has been entrusted to Detective Spark. Says he's overseeing it, so it won't take long. We can meet him in Lemon Village, right? Yeah, hopefully there's still some fingerprints, DNA or something up there. But enough talk. If you're ready, let's get going. You have no idea how tough that mountain road is. And why did you put so many things in a bag? Actually reminds me, I think we did one very long stream like this. But I'm finishing this dialogue and then we save and this is over for today. I better clear out the unnecessary stuff before investigation. Because I have like something to do in like 40 minutes. Okay, so there's some evidence that we have discarded, I see. Which was like the soil thingy, right? Lemon Village, let's go. And this is for the next time we're playing it, next week probably. So that was nice. I enjoyed it. Very straightforward, not too much like issues here, because the pool of evidence is very limited. So there's not too much like doubt on what you should present, I think. But I do like the characters. I do like the dynamics between them. I think it's fine for like a starting case, like the first case with an investigation. To be fair, like Ace Attorney 1 doesn't pick up until like case 3. So I'm already, pretty, reasonably satisfied with what we saw on this case. And maybe it will be wild. Maybe Act 2 will be, very wild and we'll have a lot of very interesting twists and whatever. So that's it for today. I hope that you had fun. I had fun yapping, for 1 hour and a half, and it took us basically like almost 3 hours to do the first part. So if next time we play without yapping, we can finish Act 2 in one go. Or maybe it won't happen because we'll yap, and that's just it. But yeah, I think that's all for me today. You know what's happening on the planning. On Wednesday we have the usual Dragon Quest, and on Friday we'll play like a tennis game. We'll play a shoujo game that is an adaptation of a very classic tennis shoujo manga, so it will be fun, I hope. So thank you very much for coming today. I hope that you will have a wonderful evening and night. Remember to hydrate a lot. Hi, it's like post 1 a.m. for you. I mean, hi, but unfortunately you're coming at the very end of the stream, so feel free, to subscribe, I guess, and to join the Discord or whatever. By the way, I'm not saying that often, but like the link for the Discord server is in the description if you want to join and to keep up with what we're doing. As I said, that's it for today. You can watch the VOD if you want, at the beginning of the stream. I'll see you on Wednesday for Dragon Quest. Have a wonderful time, wonderful night, depending on where you are in the world, and I'll see you next time. And sorry for leaving at the very end, but bye-bye.